Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Yes, you can relax now, slowly
very slowly, you can remove your eye bands and gently let the light come back into your eyes. And now just take a moment and share with us what was revealed to you in your third eye. And yes, we welcome some participants that have just recently joined us. We have Yang Yan Hong, welcome.
Yes.
Ma Shu Weiping, yes, welcome Ma. Ma Kaylee Wang,
Yes.
Nithyananda, welcome. Ma Anupama, yes, Nithyananda Ma, welcome. And we also have Wang Shibing, welcome. So welcome to this. This is the Power Manifestation segment. We are just about to finish the second round of the Power Manifestation, straight after the yoga, the 108 Pratama Vinyasa Krama, 108 sequence of Nithyananda Yoga.
Yes, so take a moment and share what was revealed to you, especially those who have joined us now. As we are doing the power manifestation, seeing pictures blindfolded. We are manifesting the powers of third eye. Means whatever Swamiji is revealing to us through the third eye, we are sharing that. We already have few sharings. Mahajada Shaktika says, I saw White House, river, blue sky, cloud, maybe some bridge. All right, thank you, Ma, for sharing.
And we also have Klaus Aya that shares wood. Yes, thank you very much for sharing, Aya.
Ma Wave in Me shares house, wood, brick red, sky blue, and architecture. All right, thank you, Ma, for sharing.
Thank you, Ma.
Just waiting for a couple of moments as we receive other sharings as well. All right. So let us reveal what was being projected.
Yes, as you can see, it is a beautiful image of a mountain. Could perhaps be a volcanic mountain. You can just make out you can just see the peak of the mountain. There's um, a lot of trees, a lot of forests perhaps, and vegetation at the base of the mountain itself. Yes, we also have the sky that is very white with a lot of cloud cover. And we can see in the background, in the distance, further mountain ranges as well. So yes.
So Ma Mahajada Shaktika says, I saw white houses, rivers, blue sky, cloud, maybe some bridge. So we definitely have the clouds. We definitely have the uh, sky, because sky is actually covered with the clouds. So we are not sure if the blue sky is visible. We have there might be houses somewhere. Looks like some structure. We're not sure if it's house, and a river. Just here at the bottom. Yes.
Yes, Nithyananda,
Thank
apologies
you, and
for the
yes.
technical glitch.
So I had a little technical glitch. All right. So actually, all of you have actually removed the events. So we'll be all right. So
So yes, apologies for the technical glitch. We are just looking through the sharing. So yes, we went through the image itself. So image of a mountain with forests and bright white sky.
all right. So thank you all for sharing your revelations. And with this second round, we'll be moving on to the today's theme itself, which is going to be on the Jan Sutras, experience the space of victory, Arihanta. And Arihanta is the person who is not only enlightened, but actually radiates enlightenment. Just being in the presence of him, you experience that space. So Arihanta is the one who has experienced the victory within. So now we'll be entering into a revelation with Swamiji on the victory within and redirecting the success, redefining the success and leadership. So please come to the space of listening as we enter into this revelation with Swamiji.
First few words about this leader consciousness. What do we mean by the word leader consciousness? See, we all work to achieve the status of the leader, but we forget something called state of the leader. Status of the leader is related to society. If there are so many people under you, you become leader. Status is not something related to you. State is something related to you. Status comes from the society. State comes from within. Unless we achieve the state, just achieving status will harm you and others.
In the modern world, efficiency and success are often viewed as two sides of the same coin. But what lies between achieving and failing? Is it truly about hard work, or is it something deeper, an illusion we create?
Same, the gap between the efficiency and victory, achievement. There is no gap. Because of our hypocrisy, we don't want to believe we don't have efficiency. We know we have not achieved the result, but we don't want to believe we are the responsible for it. So we always say, no, for my efficiency, for my skills, I should have been somewhere. God has punished me. All these are usual statements we use to hide our inefficiency. So these words like gap between the efficiency and success and these obstacles, all these words are just meaningless. I have one more story. Suddenly one day farmer noticed that one of his cow is missing, and there is a railroad near his farm, and he sued the railroad company, thinking that cow has died. And company hired the best lawyer, big lawyer in the city, to settle the matter out of court. Somehow lawyer convinced the farmer. Farmer accepted 50% as percent of what he was claiming and settled. After the settlement, after farmer signed the release form and took the check, lawyer felt really happy and he was not able to keep quiet. He was talking about his victory and he said, I am really happy I won the case because I don't have a single witness. I can't stand in the court. I am happy that we are settled out of court. Farmer said, yes, I am also happy. I was also worried yesterday how to take only half of the amount. But today morning cow came back to the home. So I agreed. Be very clear. Neither the farmer knows nor the lawyer knows what is going on. He is trying to cheat the other person. The other person is trying to cheat this person. Lawyer is thinking he is cheating the farmer. The farmer is thinking the other way. One thing, at least with commandment, you know directly commands are given to you. But when you start reading theologies, in a very cunning, subtle way, the commandments are inserted into your inner space. Logically, you are convinced. Logically, you are convinced to follow these rules. Logically, you are convinced about these teachings, then great damage, permanent damage is done to your consciousness. Let me be very clear. Unless it becomes your experience, any teaching, it does only damage to your inner space. It does great damage to your consciousness. It is better to escape from teachings than having them without the experience. I have one more story. Suddenly one day farmer noticed that one of his cow is missing and there is a railroad near his farm, and he sued the railroad company thinking that cow has died. And company hired the best lawyer, big lawyer in the city, to settle the matter out of court. Somehow lawyer convinced the farmer. Farmer accepted 50% as percent of what he was claiming and settled. After the settlement, after farmer signed the release form and took the check, lawyer felt really happy and he was not able to keep quiet. He was talking about his victory and he said, I am really happy I won the case because I don't have a single witness. I can't stand in the court. I am happy that we are settled out of court. Farmer said, yes, I am also happy. I was also worried yesterday how to take only half of the amount. But today morning cow came back to the home. So I agreed. Be very clear. Neither the farmer knows nor the lawyer knows what is going on. He is trying to cheat the other person. The other person is trying to cheat this person. Liar is thinking he is cheating the farmer. The farmer is thinking the other way. In the teachings also, the person who teaches, he is thinking, people are all listening, he is talking for them. People are sitting, they are thinking, anyhow he is talking, what to do? I have to sit, I have come. It becomes a sort of a routine. It becomes sort of routine. And anyhow, we are not going to do anything. He is going to speak, let's have some good time. Please be very clear. Neither teacher knows what he is saying, nor the student understands what he is hearing. All teachings, it adds only more and more words, more and more trouble. That's the reason here, Shiva is not here to convince you. He is here to give the experience.
Understand, if I say Mahavir is the ultimate management guru, not only for the inner world, even for the outer world. He never speaks about how to create or manage the wealth. All he does, he creates a beautiful inner space in which you can accommodate many things. He is not talking about Karma Yoga. If he talks about Karma Yoga, you can use those words and make him as a management guru. The other day I was reading an article in Wall Street Journal. The Gita is taking a big shape. Gita is getting an important place in many corporate companies of US. They are using for management. Mahavir is not talking anything about Karma Yoga. You can easily use teachings related to Karma Yoga for management. He is not talking anything. He simply does something in your consciousness. You become a leader. He is not telling that you should become a leader. He just makes you a leader. He creates a beautiful inner space. One important thing you should understand. When your inner space is expanded, when you are living with inner richness, outer richness follows you. Not only follows you, it becomes your servant.
We often talk about learning from our mistakes, our past mistakes, or others' mistakes. Aren't those also in a way engrams? How do you explain?
One thing, it can be understood from two angles. First thing, whenever you learn from past experiences, you never store those engrams. If you are constantly brooding over those past mistakes, only then you store them as engrams. If you just learn, you don't have emotional attachment to it. But if you are constantly brooding over, if you are constantly suffering, only then that becomes engram. You can see in your life. One more thing, to tell you honestly, we never learn from our past mistakes. We may do the same mistake in a different angle, that's all. But we never learn from our past mistake. One more thing, intelligence is nowhere related to past. Intelligence is nowhere related to past. Let me give you a small example. Learning from experiences means, first you put your hand, the fire created by matchstick, and you say, oh, matchstick fire burns. Then you put your hand, the cigarette, and you say, oh, cigarette fire burns. Then you put your hand to the charcoal fire, oh, charcoal fire burns. Then you put your hand to the oven fire burns. By the time you come to a clarity through experience, all fire burns, your body will be ready to burn, you will become old. Learning from mistakes, learning from past is something like a long process. It will never be successful. One more thing, doing all mistakes and learning, you don't have time. You don't have time. You don't have time to do all the mistakes and learn. So learning from past mistakes is not a right lesson. accordingly. That is not a right understanding. It may be a good morality, but not a lifestyle. Morality is different and lifestyle is different. So learning from past mistake and all those things are good lessons to learn in the young age, but not for practicality. Learning should be quantum, completely quantum. Keep your intelligence alive and respond to the moment. That's all. You can never learn from the past. One more thing, even if you learn from the past, you will be doing little better than that. Little better than past is not our life. Life is supposed to be quantum. Updating is not going to work. Only quantum leap is going to work in future. Updating is the old word. I don't think updating is the right word for the future. For future, quantum jump, quantum leap. That's the only way. So updating your intelligence, learning from past, all these things are nice words to cheat yourself or postpone the growth. We can use all these nice words and hide our mistake. This is a nice word to use in front of your boss, not your consciousness.
Wherever there is Krishna, the master of all mystics, and wherever there is Arjuna, the supreme archer, there will also certainly be opulence, victory, extraordinary power, and morality. Wherever the name of Krishna, the divine energy of Krishna is present, and wherever Arjuna dwells, there will also be victory, prosperity, wealth, and morality. All the divine positive energy will shower there. He concludes with this beautiful blessing, this beautiful shloka. I prayed and you have all the answers to each specific prayer, yet I fear I am missing something still. If I can't find a way to make the quantum leap now, the easiest way I have ever heard of, does that mean it won't happen? Can you give me the maturity I need?
Now I am giving, take it. Now just now I told you already that you are the right person. So forget about wanting to do something, wanting to live in somewhere, wanting to do anything at all. Now unclench, that's all.
Yes. So just now unclutch, that's all. And Swami says that unclutch in the learning is the old method. Quantum leap, quantum jump is for the transformation. And any learning from the past is actually, it takes a long process because we don't enough, first of all, we don't have enough time to experiment ourselves and learn from the mistakes that we did. Having the quantum jump, that is only going to work. And Swami says Mahavira is the ultimate management guru because he just makes you a leader. He creates the inner space for you and makes you a leader. So as we are going through today, Arihanta and Mahavira is the one of the greatest Arihanta happened on the planet Earth to create the space of leadership, the space of victory, who has conquered the enemies within. All right. So with this, we'll be moving on to the next session which is going to be on unlock your potential and become Arihanta. So Arihanta is a person who is not only enlightened, but radiates enlightenment to others, gives that experience to others. And through Arihanta, when you are in the presence of Arihanta, you cannot ignore him. His presence is felt to you. So being in the presence, you can unlock your potential being in the presence and by becoming Arihanta. So let's enter into this revelation with Swamiji. And so please come to the space of listening. And let's
leader or the follower is based on consciousness. It is based on the state of your mind, not the status of your chair. Leader is a state, not status. Please be very clear. People who achieve the status without achieving the state never stayed in that status. Even if you are in the status without the state, you will not be enjoying it. If you are in that state, the status will simply follow you. Even if you don't have the status, you will be enjoying your life. So it is necessary to achieve the state, then status. Status will simply follow you if you achieve the state.
Understand, if I say Mahavir is the ultimate management guru, not only for the inner world, even for the outer world, he never speaks about how to create or manage the wealth. All he does, he creates a beautiful inner space in which you can accommodate many things. He is not talking about Karma Yoga. If he talks about Karma Yoga, you can use those words and make him as a management guru. He simply does something in your consciousness, you become a leader. He is not telling that you should become a leader. He just makes you a leader. He creates a beautiful inner space. One important thing you should understand. When your inner space is expanded, when you are living with inner richness, outer richness follows you. Not only follows you, it becomes your servant. Let us enter into the words of Mahavira. We will understand how he does this great thing through his unique teachings and techniques. So, before entering into the sutras, let's all remember the great master Mahavira and all other Tirthankars, all other great masters, by repeating this mantra. If you all know this mantra, you can repeat. Otherwise, at least remember all the great masters, all the Tirthankars, all the sadhus, all the siddhas, all the acharyas, who preserved the science of enlightenment, who protected the science of enlightenment. And let us offer our humble respects to them before entering into their teachings. Let us pray to them. Let them give us intelligence. Let them bless us to realize the truths of their teachings, to experience the truths of what they are teaching to us, to experience what they really want us to learn, what they really want us to do, how they want us to be. Let us pray to them. Namo Arhantanam, Namo Siddhanam, Namo Ayaryanam, Namo Vajjayanam, Namo Loye Savvasahunam, Eso Panchanamakaro Savvapavapanasano, Mangalanam cha Savesim, Padamam Havaihi Mangalam. Let us first understand this mantra. It's such a wonderful mantra. I'll tell the translation. I'll read the translation. Then we will try to understand this mantra. I bow in reverence to Arhantas, means the people who have conquered the enemies. Enemy does not mean the outer world enemy, the inner world enemies. I bow in reverence to Siddhas, means all liberated souls. I bow in reverence to Acharyas. I bow in reverence to Ubadhyayas. I bow in reverence to all sadhus. This fivefold salutation destroys all sins, and amongst all auspicious things, this is the most auspicious one. Mangalanancha Savesim. Padamam Havai Mangalam. This mantra is an amazing mantra. You should understand a few things before understanding this mantra. See, this great tradition of Mahavir starts with this mantra and ends in this mantra. Whatever he has to say, the whole gist of this tradition is this mantra. Please understand. They are not worshipping the gods who will give wealth. No. They are not worshipping the gods who will give knowledge. No. They are not worshipping the gods who will give power. No. Here he starts, Namo Arhantanam. I bow in reverence to Arhants who achieved the highest truth. Not only who achieved, who are radiating the truth so much that others who go near him, they are also inspired to achieve. Understand? An important truth. Arhant does not mean person who teaches. No. Person who inspires. You can't reproduce enlightenment by teaching. No. If you can, long before we would have started selling. We would have created stores. www.enlightenment.com. Please visit our website to get enlightened. And we have created enlightenment guaranteed shop. No. Fortunately or unfortunately, you can't create enlightenment in some being by teaching. No. Only by inspiring you can create enlightenment. You can reproduce enlightenment only by inspiring. Ananta is a person who is radiating the truth so powerfully, so strong. His presence is so intense Anybody who comes near him, even if they spend few minutes around him, they are inspired, the fire is ignited, the transmission of lamp happens. They feel this is the best state to live in. This is the best space to exist. This is the best thing which can happen to me in my life. Understand? If you go near an enlightened being, even if you have spent 2-3 minutes, suddenly you will feel this is the best thing which can happen to me. If you had that thought in you, only then he is enlightened. Otherwise, be very clear, something is seriously wrong with his enlightenment. If he cannot radiate, if he cannot create that inspiration in you, forget about him. There is something seriously wrong in his enlightenment. Arhanta is a person not only who became enlightened, who radiates it. Just his very presence, you will feel God. He will become fantasy in you. He will inspire you so much. He will occupy your inner space so much. Either you start working towards achieving that state, or you feel, I am not able to. Even if you feel, I am not able to, that's okay. At least you have put the first step. You have started. Understand? Respect towards an enlightened being is the first step towards enlightenment. Means you wanted that state. You will not respect anything unless you agree with that ideology. Unless you have a little bit of attachment, feeling towards that ideology, a subtle feeling that you should also have that same. Unless you get that, you will not have respect for that. If you are respecting somebody beautiful, handsome, be very clear, you have a subtle desire to be in that state, to have that quality. Same way, if you respect a rich guy, there is a subtle desire to have wealth. Anything you respect automatically enters in your inner space. When you say, I bow in reverence to enlightened being, you give respect to enlightenment. Here, you are not bowing down to somebody who will help you when you are in fear. No. You are not bowing down to a king. No. You are not bowing down to a rich guy who will give you money. No. You are not bowing down to a person who will give you logic or philosophy, words. No. No. You are bowing down to a person who inspires, puts the seed of enlightenment in you. There is a beautiful commentary, means the explanation, which says, when you sit in front of an Arhanta, the ultimate conscious being, without your knowledge, without even your conscious understanding, your whole being is integrated towards that one goal, enlightenment. Understand, as on now, you are not one being as you think. Your head is calling you, pulling you in one direction, your eyes are pulling you in the other direction, your ears are pulling you in that different direction. And the commentary says, the Arhanta is a person who creates a group consciousness among parts of your being. As on now, there are so many parts in your being. You have so much of politics amongst the parts. Your head is doing politics against your leg, and your eyes are doing politics against your ears, because ears want something else, your eyes want something else, and your tongue wants something else, and your touch wants something else. Each guy is having his own agenda, and they are having big problem amongst themselves. Finally, you are suffering. When your indriyas suffer, when your indriyas fight among themselves, your consciousness will be suffering. Understand? When your senses and mind fighting amongst themselves, your consciousness, your inner space will be suffering. Arhanta is a person in whose presence all your senses, indriyas and the mind is integrated by itself. Understand? In front of a warrior, automatically you will feel that you are supposed to behave with respect. Just by his presence, you will not talk anything. It is called sthana bala. In Sanskrit we use the word sthana bala. Anybody who holds that seat, that very sthana, you just go in front of it and sit silently and come out. You know, if you talk, what will happen? The results. Just the very sthana bala, you will be frightened. Same way, in the presence of the arahanta, just the very presence, just the sthana bala, your senses will be integrated. Your inner personality, your mind, indriya, buddhi, chitta, everything will be integrated. Because all your senses, they know he has killed all his enemies. Any moment he may kill me also. Let me be silent. For example, if you are going and sitting in front of a person who has done 100 murders, will you talk? Will you oppose him? Unless you are mad. You know he has killed all his enemies. So, if I give an idea that I am also his enemy, simply I will be killed. You will keep quiet. Same way, all your senses, your mind, they know he has killed his enemies. Arihanta, who has conquered all his enemies. So naturally, he will kill me also. Better let me keep quiet. Your personality will be integrated just by his presence. Understand? This bowing down, remembrance will invoke their presence. You need to understand an important thing. Remembrance is not just thinking. In ordinary things, like a flower or a sweet, in ordinary things, remembrance is just thinking. But when it comes to an enlightened beings, remembrance is invoking their presence. It is called avahana. When you remember enlightened beings, they are there in front of you. You invoke their presence because constantly they are waiting, they are available, they are waiting just to help you. Please understand, when you remember some object of the outer world, that object doesn't have intelligence or power to appear in front of you, to be there in front of you. But enlightened beings are not objects. They are energy and intelligence. one more thing, which is a very important thing you need to understand. Enlightened masters, even if they leave the body, they will have to retain their sukshma sarira, subtle body. They will have to make themselves available. They will have to available for all of you. Please understand, till you all become enlightened, they can't disappear. Even if they have given up their body.
You will be very intense in whatever you are doing. When you see there is a hill in front of you, when you are clear, you will not bother to take a diversion. Your whole energy will take diversion and your ego will not be hurt. That is why no river needs a navigator to the ocean. If your ego is hurt, you will become a lake and you need a navigator to the ocean. Fortunately, no signboards for any river. Here is ocean. No, but all rivers reaches the ocean. They achieve the goal. When you are intense and ready to flow, you will achieve the goal. That's all. I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Yes, welcome back. So that was a wonderful revelations by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the nature of Arihantas. So Arihantas are enlightened beings, beings that they're not just enlightened, but they also radiate enlightenment. They inspire just through their very presence. They bring alignment between all your different parts. All your parts usually pull in different directions. All your senses pull in different directions, but in their presence, all your senses, all your parts are integrated, are aligned. They inspire and occupy your space so much in their presence that you cannot help but be in that same space. Somji also beautifully told about how enlightened masters, once enlightened masters pass away, they're not as unavailable as we think they are. So they are still available. They have to be available, to make themselves available to us. So even just remembrance of the master, of the enlightened being, invokes their presence for you. They are available. They make their subtle body available for you. So you can still call on to them, you can still invoke them, and they have to help you out. They make themselves available for you.
Yes, Swami says that first, before entering into this revelation, Swami bow down to all the acharyas, all the masters, all the arihantas for keeping this science of enlightenment alive. And even we are hearing these signs of enlightenment, it is because these masters, gurus, acharyas have kept the signs of enlightenment alive. So we are fortunate enough with that deep reverence and gratitude. Take a moment and let's bow down. Yes. All right. So with this, we'll be entering into the next, which is going to be on the detox. And today, the detox is on Ati Maduram. To maintain a good health. Now, in order to maintain a good health, you need about 2 to 3 hours of deep sleep. Yes, not the sleep when most time when we sleep, we are in the dreaming state. But when you go beyond deep, which much deeper layer, which is deep sleep, then we are actually sleeping. That is, if we have 2 to 3 hours of deep sleep, then being in the deep sleep state for 2 to 3 hours brings us good health. Additionally, you need another 2 to 3 hours in the dream state just to keep yourself healthy and to cope up with the reality and the 5 states of consciousness. Again, see, to maintain a good health, you need 2 to 3 hours in the deep sleep state. Additionally, you need another 2 to 3 hours in the dream state. Keep yourself healthy and cope up with the reality and the 5 states of consciousness. You can support your healthy sleeping by taking the following items. Will be projecting this slide for you so that you can note down these. And these are the Adimadura. All right. Yes. So as you can see, it says first is Atimadura, second is malic acid, third castor oil, fourth is neem juice. So these will support you for healthy sleeping. If you want, you can take a moment and pen down all these 4. Yes, take a moment and pen down these 4 herbs or the ways how you can keep yourself healthy. Yes, take a moment and write down all these 4: Adimadram, malic acid, castor oil, and neem juice, which supports your healthy sleeping. And also, you can also take down the two points which is mentioned above, like 2 to 3 hours of deep sleep is required for you to be in maintain the good health. And additionally, you need 2 to 3 hours of dream state to keep yourself healthy. So take a moment and pen down. Make sure that you are writing these points. Yes.
Yes. Now we're displaying a detox from the personal diet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Detoxing of internal organs. You can do detoxing of internal organs with Haitaki, Triphala, and castor oil. Also with Arugampul, which is Bermuda grass or Durva grass. So Arugampul juice. And of course, Atimaduram, which is talked about Atimaduram, which is licorice root powder. You can rotate them in your dietary schedule. So you can, for example, in day 1, you can take castor oil and Triphala, and in day 2, you can take Haritaki and Atimaduram. So these are from the personal diet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, of Swamiji himself. So if you wish to take a moment and write these down as well, this example from the personal diet of Swamiji. Yes, and you can relax now. So I hope you've had a chance to write this down. So these are important for your healthy sleeping, and of course, this is also a detox that we gave as an example from the very diet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. All right. And by the way, if you have any further questions, any questions with regards to these, please let us know in the chat. We're only too happy to respond to you.
Yes. So now we'll be entering into the chant which Swamiji had actually before bowing down to the all the masters, he chanted these mantra. We'll be having this opportunity to chant this mantra to invoke the masters. Swami says that the moment you invoke the presence, you don't, when you remember the master, it's not just remembrance, you invoke their presence because they are not absent as we think, they are not present as we think. So this following chant is from the Jain Sutras of the enlightened masters called Mahavira. Enlightened master called Mahavira. The 5 salutations to all Arihantas. The one that are victorious all over their inner worlds. So the chant itself is Namo Arihantanam, which means I bow down to enlightened souls. Namo Siddhanam, which means I bow down to the liberated souls. Namo Ariyanam, which means I bow down to religious leaders. Namo Ujjayanam, I bow down to religious teachers. Namo Loye Savya Sahunam, I bow down to all monks of the world. Esha Panchana Monkaro. These 5 salutations are capable of Swa, Pashpa, or Panashanu, which means destroying all the sins, and this is Mangalancha, Salvation, the first happiness among all forms. Padhamam Havai Mangalam, of happiness. Yes. So we'll be taking few minutes and chanting these mantras.
Yes, and requesting everyone to please chant along with us. And if you're unable to chant along, you can just listen to the chanting itself. So Namo Aryahantanam, Namo Siddhanam, Namo Ayariyanam, Namo Uvajayanam, Namo Loe Sarvasahunam, Esho Panchnam Mukaro, Sarvabhavapanasano, Mangalancha Sarvestin, Padmam Havai Mangalam. Namo Aryahantanam, Namo Siddhanam, Namo Ayaryanam, Namo Vajjayanam, Namo Loe Sarvasahunam, Esupanchna Mukaro, Sarvapavapanasano, Mangalancha Sarvesim, Adhamam Havai Mangalam. We can display this for participants as well. You can chant along with us. And just, yes. Namo Aryahantanam, Namo Siddhanam, Namo Ayaryanam, Namo Uvachayanam, Namo Loe Sarvasahunam, Esupanchna Mukharo, Sarvapavapanasano, Mangalancha Sarvesim, Adamam Havai Mangalam. Namo Aryahantanam, Namo Siddhanam, Namo Ayariyanam, Namo Vajjayanam, Namo Loe Sarvasahunam, Eshopanchna Sarvapavapanasano, Mangalancha Sarvesim, Atmam Havai Mangalam. Namo Aryahantanam, Namo Siddhanam, Namo Ayariyanam, Namo Uvajjayanam, Namo Loe Sarvasahunam, Eshupanchna Mukharo, Sarvapavapanasano, Mangalancha Sarvesim, Athamam Havai Mangalam. Namo Aryahantanam, Namo Siddhanam, Namo Ayariyanam, Namo Vajjayanam, Namo Loe Sarvasahunam, Eshupanchna Mukharo, Sarvapavapanasano, Mangalancha Sarvesim, Adamam Havai Mangalam. Namo Aryahantanam, Namo Siddhanam, Namo Ayariyanam, Namo Uvajjayanam, Namo Loe Sarvasahunam, Eshopanchna Mukharo, Sarvapavapanasano, Mangalancha Sarvesim, Adhamam Havai Mangalam. All right. So by chanting this mantra, we invoke the Arihantas. So we just spoke about the Arihantas, the enlightened masters that not just are enlightened, but radiate the very enlightenment itself.
With this space, as science says, it is the inner space, richness of the inner space. And if you have the inner space of inner richness, then outer richness already follows you. So with this, let's enter into the power manifestation. And today we are doing the power of body scanning. Body scanning, where you'll be scanning your own body or partner's body through the power of third eye. So before we enter into the manifestation itself, let's go through the Sastra Pramana, which is the scriptural reference for manifesting the power of body scanning, which goes as Swadehe Jagato Vapi Sukshma Sukshmatarani Cha Tatvani Yani Nilayam Dhyatwante Vejyate Para. The translation of this verse goes as cognize deeply that from the subtle to the subtlest constitutive principles of your whole body, Swadeha, of the whole universe, simultaneously consists of existential reality. They are being absorbed in the source, cause Sadashiva. By the experience of such restful awareness, one becomes complete from all thoughts, and the ultimate universal divine power, Adi Parashakti, reveals, and the super power manifestation happens.
All right, so let's get ready for the first round. In this first round, we will scan the overall health and wellness of your body. So requested participants, let us come to a space of restful awareness. So we will scan the health and wellness of your body. Let us sit comfortably with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. You can close your eyes if you wish. You don't have to, but you can close your eyes if you wish. And let us once again invoke Swamiji in our inner space. In the same way, we invoke the Arihantas just by remembrance. Swamiji is available for us. So just remembering Swamiji in your inner space invokes Swamiji in your very inner space, in the area just below your heart center. Let us feel Swamiji's love, his compassion, his infinite grace just showering upon us, radiating from this inner space inside you. Feel Swamiji's energy just flowing throughout your entire body, reaching out to every cell in your body, every one of the trillions of cells we have in our bodies, every one being flooded with this superconscious energy. Just take a moment and feel that energy. Feel that superconscious energy. Now let us move our gaze to the third eye, just between the eyebrows, the Anya chakra, and let us, through our third eye, look into Swamiji's third eye. And as we do so, we create a connection to Swamiji's third eye. And we feel this energy, as from that connection, we feel this energy, this buzzing in our third eye. Now let us start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Yes, continue chanting this Mahavakya. And from this space of oneness with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, let us start scanning the overall health of our body. Let us start going from head to toe, just slowly scanning from the head all the way down, all the way through. And put this question to Swamiji: show me the overall health of my body. Let us now begin.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes, you can now relax. And just take a moment and share with us your experience. And what did you see for this power manifestation, the power of body scanning? And we also welcome Ma Anathan, welcome Ma, Nithyananda. And we also welcome Ma Lata, welcome Ma,
Yes.
Nithyananda. So once again, requesting participants, as part of this body scanning power manifestation, let us know how you went, what you experienced, and what did you see. Take a moment to share.
And fans share, just feeling very happy. Yes, you can see you're smiling. Thank you for sharing though. Yes.
Yes, thank you, Mark. We are happy that you are happy, Mark.
Yes.
So yes, requesting participants, let us know your experience as part of this power manifestation, the power of body scanning. So Klaus, let us know how you went as well. So we have been asking for a body scanning. This is also your chance, especially now that you've started to power manifest as well. Let us see this power manifestation as well, this power of body scanning in action.
So that's it. I didn't see anything.
Okay, thank you very much for sharing, Aya. So in terms of this power manifestation, because you are actually scanning your own body, it can take form, it can take shape in any different ways. So it might not necessarily be just a seeing thing. It might be while you're scanning through, you might get a feeling here and there, and something that gives you some sort of information about the general health of the body itself.
All right. So if you are still sharing, please take a moment and share.
Yes, we also have Ma Tash VP, Ma Lu Yun Jen, Ma Anupama. If you did take part in this power manifestation, please take a moment and share with us your experience.
Also requesting Ma Shu Wei to be available in the camera. Ma Wang Shi Wen to be switch on your camera and be available.
And also Ma Kelly Wen, please be available in the camera frame as well, please, Ma. And also we have a participant with a Chinese character label. I think it's Kai, if I'm not mistaken. Requesting if you could please switch on your camera and be available in the camera frame itself for the entirety of this program. All right, so if you're still sharing, please go ahead and share. And of course, it's important to share. We stress out every day. It is important to share because this is how you get confidence that you are in fact manifesting. See, if you just try to remember, yes, I manifested something, I saw something, you're eventually going to forget. So it's not going to stick in your mind. But if you share, it reinforces this belief, this understanding that you can actually manifest this power. So the moment you share, you strengthen this belief. And with belief comes even a stronger power manifestation. So requesting everyone, please make sure that you do share. It will be only better for you, only best for you.
It's I share that the moment you start sharing, and if you don't share, in a while you will forget that click that happened to you. And if you keep on sharing and enriching, that click will keep on maintaining and it will grow, start to strengthen. So it's important not to have the click, but to start sharing as well.
See, it's in a similar way to a piece of knowledge. So let's say you read something in a book, or you hear the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and you say, "Hey, that's a really good piece of information. I really want to remember this." If you just try to remember it 2 years down the line, for example, you're going to forget it. But if you write it down and revisit it again and again and again, it becomes ingrained in your mind. So you start living that. You start making it as part of your lifestyle. So this is the difference. If you just do the power manifestation, but you don't share, it's eventually once you finish this program, you're going to go away, you won't practice it again. If you start sharing, you start believing, you start understanding that this is a possibility, a real possibility for you, and it is a real something that you can make your lifestyle, then you make it a lifestyle, you start doing it again and again and again, and it becomes the very essence of you. All right, so let us now move on to the next segment.
And the next segment is going to be on enter into the bargain of your life. Actually, the enter into the best bargain of your life. So let's come to the space of listening.
नमो अर्हन्तानम् नमो सिद्धानम् नमो आयर्यानम् नमो उवज्जायानम् नमो लोये सव्वसाहूनम् एषो पञ्चनमक्कारो सर्वपावपनाशनो मङ्गलानां च सवेसिं पदमं हवैः मङ्गलम्. I bow in reverence to Arhantas, means the people who have conquered the enemies. Enemy does not mean the outer world enemy, the inner world enemies. I bow in reverence to Siddhas, means all liberated souls. I bow in reverence to Acharyas, I bow in reverence to Ubadhyayas. I bow in reverence to all sadhus. This fivefold salutation destroys all sins, and amongst all auspicious things, this is the most auspicious one. Mangalanancha Savesim. Padamam Havai Mangala. A small incident which happened in Nisargadatta Maharaj, a great enlightened being who lived in India. Somebody asked him, Master, you say the enlightened beings don't have karma. Then how you are speaking with us? How you are able to talk? Nisargadatta Maharaj says, I am not talking to you. He is talking and he is saying, I am not talking to you. The disciple was completely confused. He said, what are you saying? I am not talking to you. And you are talking to me. And you are saying, I am not talking to you. The Master says, Maharaj says, because you want, you are getting the answers from this system. This system is programmed to respond like a voicemail. Automatic intelligence which responds to you. That's all. Otherwise, the system itself does not have an ego like you. Understand? You can't say automatic replying machine is living mechanism. No. It just responds to you because you wanted somebody to respond. Maharaj says, I am responding to you because this is the way you wanted. And he says beautifully, if somebody approaches me with the attitude of dasabhava, means servant, I look like a leader. If somebody approaches me with the attitude of a disciple, I look like a master. If somebody approaches me with the attitude of father and son, I look like a father. So, whatever attitude they have, just I reflect it. I just fulfill what they want. Otherwise, I myself don't have any identity or ego. He says, I am not talking to you. You are listening the answers which you want to listen, which you need to listen. That's all. Automatic replying system. They are not present as we think. Same way, enlightened beings who have left the body, they are not absent as you think. When they had a body, their presence had a body. When they left the body, their presence does not have a body. That's all. Otherwise, having a body or not having a body is no way going to disturb or change you connecting with that master. Understand? As far as master is concerned, whether they have the body or not, it's not going to disturb them. It is not going to change anything. It is not going to, they are not going to miss anything. So do not think just because they don't have a body, you can't experience their presence. This simple remembrance can invoke their presence immediately in that very moment, wherever you are. Remembering them will simply create their presence because they are waiting. They are waiting to be called. The TV advertisements, you see that operators are waiting for your call. Please call now, call now, call now. Same way, masters are waiting. Please chant now, chant now, chant now. They are waiting, available. All you need to do is remembering them. just the remembrance is enough. You will see that their presence is in front of you. They are not absent as you think. Just because you are not able to see the stars, you can't say stars doesn't exist. Same way, just because you don't see them with your eyes, you can't say they don't exist. Only one benefit, if the master is with the body, you may be able to feel him with all your five senses. If he is without the body, you have to feel him, experience him only in the inner space, which is beyond body. That's all. But you can verily experience him because they can't disappear till you become enlightened. During initiation, before every initiation, all the masters, enlightened beings, they take vow. Understand? During initiation, don't think only you take vows. Only you make commitments. Master also makes commitments. He says, till you become enlightened, the energy which is working through this body, even if this body is dropped, will help you and assist you till you reach the same state in which I am living. That's the commitment all the masters give. Till you achieve that same enlightened state, even if this body drops, this energy promises you to guide. That is the commitment a master takes. Understand? So even Mahavir leaves the body, he has to make himself available to all of us till we become enlightened, till we achieve enlightenment. He has to make himself available. The moment you remember these great masters, you will see their presence is there in front of you. And next line, I bow in reverence to Siddhas, means the liberated souls. The word Namo, you should understand that word also. Namo means you offer I and mine, ahankar and mamakar. Na mama, ahankar and mamakar, you offer both, me and mine, I and mine. See, important thing, it is very easy to offer mine, means wealth. You can very easily give wealth, check. Because after some time, all rich guys feels the futility of wealth. What will you do? What will you do? Now you can buy anything which money can buy. After all these basic things, what will you do with the money? Maybe more and more zeros are getting added in your bank balance sheet. And in this country, you don't even see the currency. Only 2% is in the printed currency form. Only the passbook or the bank balance, more and more zeros are getting increased. And for that zeros, you give your whole life and you are constantly running. And finally, the person who is making you run, only those leaders' egos are expanding and you don't even know what are you going to do. And suddenly you will leave all the zeros one day and become zero. And after some time, all rich people feel the futility of wealth. What to do? It's okay. It is very easy to give money. I have seen all rich guys erecting temples in every city. Why? They understood there is no value. There is no value. Money is valuable only till you achieve all your basic needs. A rich guy knows money is valuable only for a common man who has not achieved fulfillment in his basic needs. Giving the mind is not a big thing, very easy. But giving I is the real thing. Giving I is the real thing. If you give I, you become God in the temple. If you give mind, you become a person who build temples. That's all. Mahavir became Mahavir because he gave I. He gave away the I. He dropped the ego. He has gone beyond the ego. He has gone beyond the I and mind. Understand? Do you want to be a donor or do you want to be a person who is sitting inside the temple? You want to become a worshipper or the person who receives the worship? The moment you give away the I, you become a person who receives the worship. If you are giving away only the mind, you are worshipper. Person who gives up I and mind both, he becomes the Arhanta. Now, when you give away your I and mind to the Arhantas, you achieve the same state in which they are living. There is a beautiful stotra, a beautiful line by a great enlightened master, Ramana Maharshi. Let me repeat the words and then I will translate. Amazing line. Tandadu yendanai kondadu undanai sadurar yargolo arunachala. This is a verse in Tamil. He says, I gave me and mine and got you and what you are having. Who is the winner in this game? Tell me, Arunachala. Tell me, O Lord. Understand? I gave up I and mine, but achieved what you and what you are having. Now who is the winner in this game? You got only what I had. See, normally what you will have? Sarira rogamaya, mana sogamaya, atma dukkhamaya. That's all. This three is your property. Sarira rogamaya means the body with sickness. As long as you have head, you have headache. As long as you have knee, you will have knee pain. As long as you have body, it will be rogamaya. Sarira rogamaya, mana sogamaya. Mind means depression. Understand? If you don't have depression, you will feel something missing in you. Now if you don't have anything to worry, suddenly you feel empty in a vacuum. And you are thinking, what is happening? I am not having anything to worry. What is going on in me? And you feel lonely. And you catch something and start worrying. Manas sogamaya and atma dukkhamaya. Your inner space filled with pain and sufferings. This is what is our property. When we surrender these things with an enlightened being, an enlightened master, the Arhanta, let us see what is his properties. Sarira tejomaya means sarira with which they are not even connected. Tejomaya means the conscious, filled body. See, there is a beautiful verse which says Mahavir's body is filled with milk. Understand, it's a metaphysical example. You need to understand, it means he is filled with a consciousness. Do not visualize in a physical way. Oh, if he is filled with milk. The story says when a snake has bitten him, only milk came out of his body. It's a metaphysical example. If you start thinking, oh, if he is filled with the milk, then what will happen if it becomes butter, if it becomes ghee? Don't think in an ordinary physical way. Try to understand the truth behind the story. He is filled with such a overflowing consciousness. Milk is considered as a very sacred thing, auspicious thing in those days. That's why they use the milk as a simile example to say is overflowing. Sarira tejomaya means the body which is filled with consciousness, overflowing. That is why it doesn't feel like covering with cloth. is radiating, liberated, does not need to cover itself. See, we cover our body because we feel it's ugly. Really. We don't feel completely settled inside our boundary. We always want to change the dimensions of our body. Some way, the moment you think somebody is beautiful, be very clear, you are not completely comfortable with your body. The moment you think somebody is beautiful, I am not talking about the male getting attracted towards the female. No. I am talking about male feeling, this guy is so handsome, I should look like him. Female feeling, oh, she is so beautiful, I should look like her. The moment you start appreciating somebody else's body, means you are not completely comfortable with your dimensions. You try to work on your dimensions. Be very clear. The other person may be handsome or beautiful, but you can't enjoy just even a cup of coffee through that body. You can't enjoy even a cup of coffee through that body. You have to experience only through this body. Sharira Tejomaya means filled with consciousness, completely comfortable inside your body. Stiram Sukham is called Tejomaya. If you are completely settled and completely comfortable, then it is Tejomaya. Mana, masters doesn't have mind. So, there is no description about mind. Atma, Anandamaya. Radiating the bliss. Understand? If you surrender whatever you have, actually what you have, we don't have even something worthy of surrendering. That is the truth. We don't even have actually something worthy to surrender also. And we may think that we have something. All you need to do is have a little bit of intelligence of what you really have. Simply you will surrender. All I am telling you is just see the accounts properly with the open eyes. You will surrender. You will realize Sariras Rogamaya, Manas Sogamaya, Anma Dukkamaya. Simply you will surrender. You will surrender. There is a beautiful sutra in which Mahavir is speaking about the past life. The Bhashyakara, the later Acharyas, they are explaining beautifully. The intelligence about the past life will help you to surrender, because you will understand you are doing the same nonsense again and again. Again and again you are creating wealth. By the time you created the wealth, you are gone and finished. Then again you start the same game. By the time you feel enough and you relax, you are no more. When you get this intelligence, you are doing the same nonsensical game again and again. You decide, now I am not going to do the same game. Enough. It is time to break free from the circle. This Janana Marana, the Samsara Bandha. You decide to liberate yourself. When you offer whatever you have with the word Namo, Na Mama, let me surrender that I and me at the feet of Arhantas, immediately you will achieve what they have. See, to tell you honestly, surrendering is the best way to get the ultimate thing. When you offer whatever you have, simply no other way, they have to open whatever they have. It's no other way. No other way. The moment you open up, they have to open up. Somebody told me that knock and it shall be opened. I tell you, you don't even have to knock. He is standing in your door. Just open, he will come in. He is knocking. All you need to do is, you need to open your doors. That's all. You don't even have to go to his door and knock. He is knocking at your doors, open, nothing else. When you open, he has to open, and he is already open. Surrender the I and mind, Sarira Rogamaya, Manas Sogamaya, and Anma Dukkamaya. Achieve Sarira Tejomaya and Manas Sugamaya. Of course, when it becomes Sugamaya, you can't call that as a mind. The idea, the name mind will be lost when it becomes Sugamaya. Anma Anandamaya means bliss, filled with bliss. That is what the word Namo means. I offer I and mine to Arhantas. Actually, it's a wonderful business. Best bargain. Offering you and achieving them. You can't imagine the best bargain. I bow in reverence to the Arhantas. I bow in reverence to Siddhas, liberated souls. I bow in reverence to Acharyas who keep the tradition alive. Understand? Even if somebody is not enlightened, if he is working for enlightenment, he is also worthy of respect. That is the important thing you need to understand. See, if 100 people are running, only one will win. But that does not mean the people who ran, they are not worthy of your respect. One person can win only if 100% can run. If you stop the very tradition of running just because 99 are defeated, you can't expect that one person who will win. No. Only if thousands of people dedicate their life, that group consciousness, group energy which gives inspiration for people to run, one or two may achieve. So understand, if I have achieved something in my life, it is not just by me. All the sannyasis, all the sadhus, all the acharyas, they all have contributed to me, directly or indirectly. Even the confidence which I received by seeing them was reason for me to continue my running, continue my journey. I always tell people, understand, my enlightenment or whatever I achieved is the gift from this whole tradition. When I see so many sadhus, so many enlightened, so many Mahatmas, so many Swamis, I got the confidence, I should also become Swami. I should also take up this life. The group indirectly inspires you and gives you the confidence and courage. Recently we had a Kumbh Mela in India. I took all my brahmacharis and swamis, told them all of you should come. They asked, why Swamiji? We have so much of work in the ashram, one batch can go and one batch can be here. I said no. Only when you see 2 million sadhus, this Kumbh Mela is attended by 2 million sadhus. Totally, the estimated crowd is 90 million and 2 million sadhus and sannyasis. I told them, only when you see the 2 million sadhus, you will understand and have courage and confidence on this philosophy of sannyas. So acharyas are also responsible for enlightened beings happening on the planet Earth, for people achieving the Arhanta state and Siddha state. That is the reason we bow down to acharyas also. And I bow in reverence to Ubadhyayas, whoever is carrying that philosophy, whoever is carrying those truths. He may not have experienced in his life. A librarian may not have read all the books and become an intelligent person in his life, but he takes care of the library for other people to experience. If somebody becomes a great scientist, by using a library. The librarian also has contributed. He himself may not have become a scientist, but the person who preserved all the literature, he is also responsible for the scientist. So, we bow down in reverence to all the Ubadhyayas. I bow in reverence to all sadhus, all the monks and nuns who have dedicated their life to this goal. Understand? This is the only tradition which respects the people who are even traveling in the path of enlightenment. Let me be very honest. In Buddhism, Buddham Saranam Gacchami, Dhammam Saranam Gacchami, Sangham Saranam Gacchami. That's all. Buddha is respected and his teachings are respected and his Sangha, his community is respected. Of course, in community you may add the word, the people who are enlightened or the teachers who are carrying the truth, they are respected. But here, Mahavir takes one step further. I bow in reverence to all sadhus. Namo Sarva Sahunam. This actually great inspiration for all the people who are in the path, in the spiritual journey. He says, I bow in reverence to even the sadhus, monks and nuns who are working towards the great goal, great truth. And the next line, beautiful line, this fivefold salutation destroys all sins naturally. When you respect the great masters, the idea to respect their teachings also starts growing in you, and those teachings will naturally destroy all the sins engrams in your life. Understand, sins does not mean the acts which you committed, it is engrams which you carry, samskaras which you carry, that is sins. When you bow down, when you offer the eye and mind to Arhanta, simply the samskaras which you carry will be destroyed. Patanjali says beautifully, you don't have to create a canal to get water. Just remove the obstruction. The water will flow towards you. So you don't have to achieve enlightenment. Remove the obstructions which you are having, the eye and mind. You will have enlightenment. It will simply happen in you. You are only just stopping it. The eye and mind is the blockage. Surrender it at the feet of Arhantas. Arhanta is alive. It is difficult to surrender. You will be afraid that he may take it away. It is very difficult to surrender when a master is living. Now, we don't even have that problem. See, let me tell you a small story. One blind man, he was trying to find a stick for walking. So, he was searching something. Somehow by mistake he got a frozen snake. He was staying in Himalayas, in the cold. The snake was frozen. He thought that is a stick and started using it for walking. One enlightened being saw this and told, hey, drop that. In 1 hour when the sun comes, the snake will come back to life and it will bite you. You will be killed. Please drop that snake. You are not carrying a stick, you are carrying a snake. That guy said, no, I know it is a snake. You take care of your work. Leave me. And the master said, no, you are carrying a snake, leave it. Then that guy started shouting, I think you don't have a stick. That's why you are asking me to drop. The moment I drop, you may pick up this stick. And master told no. Master forced him to drop the stick. And this guy started beating the master with the same snake. Understand? Same way, when Arihantas say, drop I and mind, you may think that I think he doesn't have, that's why he's asking me to drop. He may pick it up when I drop. If I drop this too, he may take it away. No. He is not asking you to drop for himself. And now we don't even have that problem. We have only his presence. So understand, sincerely offer yourself at the feet of these great masters. You will see the conscious transformation starts from this moment. From this moment. Whatever samskaras, sins you have, will be washed away, will be destroyed. And amongst all auspicious things, this is the most auspicious one. Understand? Best thing you can ever do in your life is dropping your I and mind at the feet of enlightened beings. The sutra says the best thing which can happen to your life is dropping the I and mind at the feet of Arhantas. Maybe we'll take few minutes. Integrate your whole being and offer the whole thing at the feet of the great enlightened masters, Arhantas, Siddhas, Acharyas, Ubadhyayas and Sadhus. Let us do it with a full sincerity. Understand? Do not think, I chanted this mantra lakhs of times, what is going to happen now? I know this mantra. No. Now, do it with intensity. Tell them, please use this body, radiate in this body. Enough, I abused this body. I abused whatever I have, I and mind. It is time you all take charge of this and let you all use this. Let me offer the I and mind at your disposal, at your feet. Let you all fill this body and mind. Whatever I have, I and mind, please sincerely let us offer at their feet. You will see this destroys all samskaras. The ultimate thing, the best thing which can happen to human being, which can happen to you, will happen this moment. This moment. It says, Mangalanancha Savesi Padamam Havai Mangalam. The most auspicious, amongst all auspicious things, this is the most auspicious one. The best thing which can happen to your being will happen the moment you bow down, you surrender the I and mind at the feet of these great masters. Let us take few minutes, close your eyes. If you know this mantra, you can repeat or at least offer yourself with a intense devotion. First, feel connected to these great masters, all the 24 Tirthankaras and Arhantas, Siddhas, Acharyas, Ubadhyayas, Sadhus. First, feel deeply connected towards all of them for bringing the science of enlightenment to the planet Earth and keeping it alive for so many thousands of years, through which we are enriching our life, our inner space. Namo Arhantanam, Namo Siddhanam, Namo Ayaryanam, Namo Vajjayanam, Namo Loye Savasahunam Eso Vanchanamakaro Savapapavanasano Mangalanancha Savesim Padamam Havai Mangalam. I bow in reverence to Arhantas. I bow in reverence to Siddhas. I bow in reverence to Acharyas. I bow in reverence to Vadhyayas. I bow in reverence to all sadhus. This fivefold salutation destroys all sins, and amongst all auspicious things, this is the most auspicious one.
Yes. So when you surrender I and mine, you will have what Arihantas have. When Swami says that his own story, he is grateful to all those teachers and all the sadhus who have inspired. Because as he gave me the example of Kumbh Mela, he took all the sannyasis to the Kumbh Mela, so that when they see all the sannyasis, millions of sannyasis, they will get inspired to live the lifestyle. They will have the courage to live the lifestyle, because everything that inspires to have that enlightenment. Swamiji himself shared that whether it is teachers, whether it's upadhyayas, all the arihantas, bowing down to everybody, because these keep this enlightenment science alive. All we have to do is drop our I and mind. When we drop I and mind, we will have that which they have.
Yes, and also, so Swamiji beautifully told about this verse, enlightened master in South India that said, I gave me and mine and got you and yours, what you have. So who is the winner in this? See, the Aryantas, as we just mentioned, are inspirations to all those who are seekers, all those who are seeking enlightenment. And Swamiji told us very beautifully, the only thing you don't have to achieve enlightenment. The only thing you have to do is remove the blockages. And the blockages are the I and mine. It's as simple as that. You remove the I and mine, and enlightenment simply happens.
Yes. And Swami shares that body is sickness, and Sharira Rogamaya, and Atma Dukkhamaya, Mano Shokamaya. His body is sickness, mind is depression, and the inner space is filled with suffering. So when you drop everything, you enter the space of Arihanta. All right. So with this, we'll be moving on to the internalization exercise. So let us now enter into internalization exercise on active ego, passive ego, and social ego. Active ego is characterized by overt self-importance and arrogance. Individuals with an active ego often seek to assert their dominance over the other person. So we'll be taking a few minutes to identify and pen down where you are acting out of active ego and through which word it is expressing in you. So requesting all of you to have the pen with you, notebook with you, and we'll be projecting for your reference the question. Identify again what is active ego. Active ego is characterized by overt self-importance and arrogance. Individuals with an active ego often seek to assert their dominance over other person. So let's identify and pen down where you are acting out of an active ego and through which word it is expressing in you. So we'll be presenting slides. Take a moment and start to pen down. Have the pen and paper with you. It's important to understand, first of all, it's important to internalize all the words that we give as the active ego we are entering into. When we understand, then will be able to work on it. So let's take a moment and pen down all the words that you have that expresses active ego in you.
Now, let us move to the next step, the passive ego. The passive ego is subtle and cunning. Individuals with a passive ego may appear humble and shy away from taking responsibility, but they are actually just guarding their own self-image, protecting their own ego from being hurt. So in this second step, let us identify and pen down where you are acting out of passive ego and through which words it is expressing in you. So once again, let's identify and pen down where you are acting out of passive ego and through which words it is expressing in you. Let us continue.
Yes. Now, let's move to the third step. Social ego revolves around the image one projects in society. Individuals with a social ego feels that their lives are private and fear exposing their vulnerability. They worry about how others perceive them and often maintain a facade to protect their social identity. To maintain a facade to protect their social identity. Now, identify and pen down where you are acting out of social ego and through which words it is expressing in you. Now, complete with all these incidents and decide to align to Guru's words and teachings, surrendering I and mine, surrendering your ego at Swamiji's feet. Again, complete with all these incidents that you have penned down and decide to align to Guru's words and teachings, surrendering I and mine, surrendering your ego at Guru's feet, at Swamiji's feet. Let's take few minutes and pen down and complete with all these incidents.
Yes, you can relax. So this was a powerful internalization exercise to surrender the I and mind, to understand the ego, to understand the incidents where we have been acting in ego, whether active, passive, or social ego. And again, to surrender the I and mind, the feet of the Guru. Now let us move on to the next segment in our power manifestation, which is once again the power of body scanning. So in this round of body scanning, we'll be scanning for the general health of your lungs. So requesting all participants, let us once again sit comfortably with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. And let us just connect to Swamiji in our inner space, the area of the Ananda Gandha, just below the heart center. Just mere remembrance of the Master invokes him in our inner space. And just take a moment and feel Swamiji's love, his compassion in your inner space. Feel his energy flowing throughout your entire body, all the way from head to toe. The fingers, the nose, eyes, ears, every little corner of your body, every one of your cells. Feeling this superconscious energy that Swamiji is radiating. Just take a moment and feel the space of oneness with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji. Now let us gently move our gaze to the third eye, just between the eyebrows, the seat of our willpower, the Anya Chakra. And let us visualize, so let us look just gently into the third eye. And through our third eye, let us look into Swamiji's third eye. And as we do so, feel the connection that we are creating. Just feel your third eye buzzing with energy from this connection to Swamiji's third eye. Now let us start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Continue chanting the Mahavakya. And from this space of oneness with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, with Swamiji, through the power of the third eye, let us now start scanning the general health of your own lungs. Let us begin.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Para Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om
Yes, you can now relax. And just take a moment and share with us your experience in this power manifestation. So how did you go in scanning the general health of your own lungs? Let us know. And we'd also like to welcome a few participants that have joined us since last time we welcomed new participants. We have Ma Wen Xing, welcome. Apologies if I mispronounce. Ma Wen Xing. We have Ma Ning also, Sanitandam. We have Ma Lata that came back, welcome Ma. We have Ma Parabrahma Swarupini, Nityanandama, welcome. We have S. Yin Z, welcome. Welcome to the Paramashivoham Level 1 program. We have Zheng Huan Qin, and we also have Jaya Silan. Yes. So welcome to all the participants. Everyone, you are most welcome here. This is the Paramashivoham Level 1. This is day 12 of a 21-day program. Please, if you have any questions at all at any point during the program, please do let us know. We would be only too happy to answer all your questions. So everything related to the program itself, we are here to serve you. So welcome to the program.
And with this, let us share what was revealed to you as you scanned your own overall health. Klaus shares, I saw nothing. All right, thank you for sharing.
Yes, thank you, Klaus. So requesting all participants that took part in this power manifestation, please let us know your experience as part of this power manifestation, the power of body scanning. So in this round, we scanned the health, the general health of our own lungs. So Klaus Aya, just with regards to, so once again, you said you saw nothing. Have a look inside. See, whenever we don't manifest powers, there is something inside us that is stopping us. So have a look inside and identify what is it that is stopping you from manifesting this power. So you start manifesting the power of third eye vision. So it's not a matter of not being in the space of oneness. It's not a matter of not being able to manifest. So there is something that is blocking you from being able to manifest. If you can manifest one power, you can manifest another power as well. The issue is, so different powers are affected by different patterns, different incompletions that we have within ourselves. So have a look inside and see what is it that is stopping you. What cognition? So you might have some cognition where perhaps you don't want to see, perhaps you're afraid to see, or perhaps you think this is not really the way you want, or you want someone else to do for you, or something along those lines. Have a look and see what cognition and what desire you have that might get in the way of this power manifestation.
All right, just waiting for a couple of minutes and then we'll move on to the next session.
Yes, so requesting all participants that have taken part in this power manifestation. So if you have taken part, Ma Anupama, and Ma Wen Xing, Ma Shu Wei Ping, Wen Shi Bing, Ma Parabrahma Swarupini, Ma Lata. So anyone, please let us know what you experienced in this power manifestation. And of course, we have a lot of participants that have their cameras switched off at the moment. Requesting, please everyone switch on your cameras and be available in this, in the camera frame. So this is the two-way program. This is where we interact with each other. So we see who we're speaking to, you see who you're speaking to, and we can much easier address your questions, your queries, and we can much easier tailor the program to your needs. So also requesting you to please interact, ask questions, anything that you don't understand. So especially the program is generally based with every piece of information we built on the previous one. So it just builds on, builds on, builds on. If you miss out on the very bottom one, the information that is the base information, then you might not be able to build the right cognitions, the right information as we go further through the program. So requesting, if you have any questions at any point, please do not hesitate, do not wait. Don't wait and say, maybe the question will be answered later. The answer will be, the question will be answered when you ask it. And of course, you ask questions, the questions you have, some other person might also have, but they're also, for some reason, restricting themselves from asking. So please make sure that you do interact, you do ask the questions, so this way we can answer your questions, we can build the right structure with the right information at the right time. And we are here, as I mentioned, we are here to serve you.
Right, we have Malata who shares round white line only come Swami and my cough breathing sense healed. Awesome.
Yes,
So
thank you
for sharing.
Malata.
Yes, thank you for sharing. And you're saying that my cough breathing sense has healed. Great. So whenever you manifest power, when you go deep into the manifestation of overall body scanning, not only you scan, you start to heal also. Swamiji says very beautifully. When you, of course, you can scan your own health as self-diagnosis. When you are in touch with the nature, when you are in oneness, the moment you are in oneness, you are able to scan yourself and you can scan your own body. So this is very good, sharing. Thank you for sharing that you have healed your cough breathing sense. And also thank you for sharing, because this is an example and encouragement and inspiration for other participants as well to go more deeper as you are manifesting this power. The more you look inside you, the more you scan with and go deeper, look inside, have the declaration to Swamiji that I will be scanning, going to be much deeper into it. So as you go deeper, you'll be able to scan more, and that is going to open up, that it will going to reveal itself. As Swamiji says, when you pay attention to anything, when you start scanning, and when you go deeper into it, it will reveal itself. And my right side eyebrow gets pain and healing. Awesome. Yes, thank you. Thank you for sharing, ma. So as you scan, it was paining and started healing as well. That's awesome sharing. And requesting other participants as well, like we have Ma Anupama, Ma Parabrahm Swarupini, Joving, Ma S Yin Z, Ma Wang Ziben, Zheng Huan Fin, Ma Xia Sen Lan. So have your full presence. When you are fully present, not only you'll be able to scan, you'll be able to heal as well, as we just saw Manata is doing that. So just being in the Zoom is great. You're having attending the session, or even we don't know that you are attending the session. Make sure that you are available throughout the sessions, attending to each of the power manifestation, each of the Jnana segments, each of the internalization exercise, doing these internalization exercises. When you internalize these powerful truths, clicks it within you. When there is a shift within you, then automatically it is reflected as a power manifestation. All right. So with this, we'll be moving on to the next session, which is going to be on ahimsa. So ahimsa, someone says that ahimsa, the non-violence, makes the life surrender to you. So when you are in ahimsa, automatically the surrender grows in you, and you drop your I and mind. So let's take a moment, and we'll be entering into this revelation by Swamiji on non-violence, ahimsa. So please come to the space of listening, and also requesting all the participants to be available in the camera, and also to have the pen and paper with you to write down the powerful clicks, understanding powerful truths that Swamiji is revealing, so that when you understand these, when you note down, you'll start to apply these things in your life. So be ready with the pen and paper. Make sure that you write it down. And now let's enter into this revelation by Swamiji on non-violence.
Let's enter into the first sutra. First sutra is about ahimsa. Dhamma Sutra, Ahimsa Sutra. Dhammo Mangalamukitam Ahimsa Sanchamotavo Devavi Tam Tamasanti Jasadamme Sayamano. Beautiful. It's not actually Sanskrit. It was the Sanskrit which was used in those days by common people. It's like a spoken Sanskrit. We call the different word Pali. All these words are used to name this language. There are a few more names, but this is not Sanskrit. It's a common man's language. Sanskrit was used only by Pandits. Buddha and Mahavir, both of them used the language used by common people. They wanted to reach common people. They wanted to express the truth See, they are not interested in showing themselves as a great people. They are interested only in the truth. So they have worked towards reaching the truth to more and more people. Let me give the translation. What's the most superior dharma? Ahimsa is the most superior dharma. A person who has established himself in ahimsa, even the devatas salute him. Understand, ahimsa is the first step towards non-possessiveness. That is why Mahavira is speaking about ahimsa, then goes to aparigraha. Let us analyze this ahimsa little deeply. He is saying, ahimsa sajjamotavo dhammo mangalamukkitam ahimsa sanjamotavo devavitam namassanti jasatam me sayamano. What is the most superior dharma? Ahimsa is the most superior dharma. Person who has established himself in ahimsa, even the devatas salute him. Ahimsa is the most superior dharma, that's the truth. Understand, you can drop any dharma, but ahimsa is a dharma which you can't drop. It is the basic understanding for human beings to coexist, to live together. Without ahimsa, no human being can live on the planet Earth. Please understand, even the people who committed hundreds of murders, at some point they had ahimsa. That is why they have not murdered some other people. See, from the young age, at some point they were with ahimsa, means non-violence. Otherwise, the day they are born, they would have started killing from the parents. Ahimsa is the basic truth of life. One important thing we should understand, all the great masters, whether Buddha, Krishna, Mahavira, Shiva, all of them are talking more about ahimsa. All the Eastern masters talk more about ahimsa than about love. Love comes only second. Ahimsa is emphasized. But for a Western mind, the word love is looks more appropriate because it is positive things, positive thing. Non-violence is more like a negative, but ahimsa is more like a positive. And love is more like a positive. But all the Eastern masters, they emphasize more on non-violence than love. Because in love, slowly you become aggressive. Not only that, when you say I love you, you give some promise to the other person. And all promises are failures. The moment you give promise to somebody and you don't fulfill, that is also non-violence, that is also violence. You give a promise to somebody that I love you, I am going to create heaven around you. The moment you say you love somebody, directly or indirectly you have given many promises, sharing roses and giving them the idea that you are going to create heaven for the other person, or you are really going to make the other person happy. You have given so many ideas to the other person, and when you don't fulfill, it is violence. With non-violence, you are very clear. When you start, you are very clear. I can say only one thing, I will not hurt you. That's all. So the right way to start love is non-violence, not love. Love will happen when you really experience non-violence. And you cannot make love happen. No. You can work only in the direction of non-violence. Love will happen as a byproduct. If you try to work directly in the line of love, you will mess up. And you will end up creating troubles for you and for the other. Non-violence, ahimsa, such a powerful dharma. I always tell people, even in my ashram, see, there is nothing, no rule which will take you away from enlightenment. To tell you honestly, even all so-called morality, everything is only a social rule. There is only one dharma, one rule, which is directly connected to consciousness. Understand? All dharmas are based on conscience. Means your mind, conscience, which will change in every century. In some part of the planet Earth, eating vegetarian food is the only right thing. And in some other part, you can eat non-veg. That's perfectly alright. The social rules always change. Morality has no solid base on consciousness. There is no dharma which is directly connected to consciousness. All dharma, all morality is related only to your conscience. Means the society. If you change the place where you live, the morality changes. It is just like a constitution of every country, law. It is just a social law. But there is one dharma, one truth, which is directly related to consciousness, which is universal. That is ahimsa. That is why we say ahimsa paramo dharmaha. That is the ultimate dharma, most superior dharma. Non-violence is the paramo dharmaha. See, unless you learn, you imbibe the idea of non-violence, you can't live on the planet Earth. It is a simple, basic, preliminary understanding to live and let live, to coexist on the planet Earth. There is a beautiful sutra in Patanjali which says, Ahimsa pratishtaya vairatyagaha. Amazing sutra. He says, if you are established in ahimsa, in front of you all enmity disappears. There are thousands of stories. Animals or people dropping their negativity and enmity in front of enlightened masters. Thousands of stories. In Buddha's life, we can say so many stories. There was a mad elephant sent to kill Buddha by one of the Buddha's cousin. And when the elephant came in front of Buddha, it just stopped and bowed to Buddha and did pradakshina and went away. The other day I was reading an article. One scientist was trying to fix some electrodes, the brain of the animals, and manipulate it. There is a beautiful article, I was reading about it. He activated an electrode which creates anger, and the bull became mad. And after a few minutes, When it was about to jump on him, he just activated another one electrode and the bull becomes just silent and sat. When you are really established in non-violence, in front of you, no animal can experience violence. The brain part which aggravates anger or violence simply disappears. It stops working in front of you. One important thing you should understand, whether you understand or not, believe it or not, whatever you strongly experienced, you radiate that quality. You express it. Even if you try to cover, you can't cover. You can't hide. You can't hide. You radiate. In the Sanskrit, we have a word called darshan, means seeing. They say even seeing negative people will create negativity in you. You may think, how can that happen? You don't know, because they are constantly radiating that same kind of waves, that same kind of thoughts. There are so many stories. Let me tell you a story which happened in my life. I was staying in a forest in South India after my experience of the spiritual enlightenment, and one evening I was just sitting and relaxing. There was no thought, just deep silence. It was a forest and a small hillock was there. I was sitting near that hillock, forest, just a complete silence. No thought. Eyes are open but no thought. There was no clutching, means the chain of thoughts. Just I was completely relaxed. There was a big snake in front of me, lying more than 3-4 hours, just 1 feet away. But I did not have a thought, it's a snake, it is dangerous to my life, all those things. As long as I did not have the thought, it's a snake, snake did not have a thought, I am a man and dangerous to its life. And after few hours, as usual, slowly mind comes down from that beautiful silence, intense silence. Slowly, when a thought started raising, when a mind started clutching, when the first thought came, oh, there is a snake. The moment I got the idea that there is a snake, I saw very clearly the snake got the idea there is a man. Till then, the snake did not have idea I am a man. Only when I got the thought there is a snake, this is snake, the snake started thinking I am man, there is a man. Then I slowly moved little backwards and the snake also just moved little away, went and disappeared. Understand, as long as I did not have a thought, it's a snake. Snake did not have a thought, I am a man. Only when I feel threatened, when I felt I am in danger, so naturally now the possibility to attack, the non-violence has disappeared. Now the violence may start. There is a possibility where violence is there. Same way, the snake also felt that there is a possibility for violence is there. See, only when you are afraid you attack. Be very clear, all the people who think they are great warriors, they are all cowards. Only cowards attack. Mahavira never attacks. Mahavira means the ultimate warrior. He never attacks. If you are attacking the other person, you are afraid that he may kill you. You want to kill him before he kills you, that's all. See, all the wars are created only by cowards, not by courageous people. Just they want to kill the other person before they are killed, that's all. That is the truth. That is the truth. Even in your life, be very clear. If you are threatened by somebody, sit and analyze. That person must be feeling threatened by you. And try to sort out that issue. You will never be disturbed. Whenever people come to me and say, I am threatened, I am in danger, I tell them, no, wait. Just see. You must be threatening the other person in some way, directly or indirectly. Find out and remove the fear from him. Say, send him a message directly or indirectly that you are not going to be a threat for him. You will not have any dangers. You will attack only when you are threatened. This incident, it taught me a big lesson. Only when I had the thought that there is a snake had the idea, there is a man. And one more important thing, this happens, this is a law of nature. This happens only with natural beings, never with so-called conditioned human beings. Conditioned human beings are moved away from nature, they moved away from the truth. If this is truth, Jesus shouldn't have been crucified. Mahavira shouldn't have been stoned. Buddha shouldn't have been poisoned. Then why that has happened? See, Patanjali says, Ahimsa pratishtayam vairatyagaha, means when you are established in non-violence, in front of you enmity disappears. But this is only with the natural things. This can happen with animals or the people who are living in a natural way, tribals. There is a beautiful story with in the Buddha's story, in the Buddha's life. Buddha's meeting with Angulimal. You heard of Angulimal? That guy is a big serial killer. He must have been Zodiac of those days. He killed 999 people and cut their thumbs and made a garland for himself. He was living in a forest. Buddha was advised not to enter into that forest because Angulimal is living. Buddha said, no, it's okay. He walked, and the story says Angulimal saw Buddha and was about to kill Buddha. Buddha said, wait, you can kill me, but answer few questions. Buddha asked a few questions. Angulimal was not only not able to answer, and he transformed himself and became the disciple of Buddha. This can happen with Angulimal because Angulimal is not having any religious beliefs. He is not having any social conditionings. He is not corrupted. He is with nature. He kills just out of his animal instincts. Understand? Person who is killing because of his animal instincts can be transformed. Person who is killing because of belief systems, difficult to transform him. That is the ultimate corruption, the worst thing. When Patanjali says, Ahimsa pratishtayam vairatyagaha, he means
the violence in you will disappear, but the conditioning won't disappear. That is why if you see the master's life, whenever an animal is sent to kill them, it just settles down. It loses its enmity and comes back. And the same way, man who is living like an animal, if he goes to kill him also, he just settles down and comes back. But not a man who is conditioned. That is why I tell people, if you are conditioned with some religious beliefs, some conditioning, without enlightenment, you are more dangerous than any animal. You are the worst criminal than any animal. Here, the Vaira Tyagaha can happen, means the disappearance of enmity will happen if you are natural, or if you are facing the beings who are natural. There is a beautiful story in Adi Shankara's life. He wants to establish a monastery in South India, and he was traveling. One place he saw, frog was giving birth, and the snake was protecting that frog from the rain. Understand? Frog was giving birth and there was rain. Snake was protecting that frog from the rain. Of course, it happened because of the presence of Shankara. In the great master's presence, animals lose their enmity. So Shankara saw this and he said, this is the right place to create the Pita, and he established a Pita. That place is called Sringeri. Still the Pita is there. It's one of the oldest traditional Vedanta mutts. In the presence of great masters, simply enmity disappears. When you are established in ahimsa, non-violence, naturally the non-possessiveness starts expressing through you. The person who is established in himself in ahimsa, even the devatas salute him. Because, understand, even devatas are not completely established in ahimsa. If you are established in ahimsa, you will become enlightened, not as a devata. Devata is a being whose thought per second has come down little bit, who can enjoy little more pleasures. Devatas means angels. Angels are not gods. Word devata should not be translated into God. It should only be translated as angels. These devatas, even they are not completely enlightened. So when you really establish yourself in ahimsa, you become enlightened. Even devatas, the angels, worship you, respect you, and they offer their very being, they surrender at your feet. There are so many stories. Devatas coming and respecting, serving the enlightened beings. Ahimsa is such a dharma. Actually, you can live without any dharma if you hold on to just ahimsa, not hurting others physically, mentally and verbally. This is enough. Nothing else is necessary. Just this one dharma, very clear, that I will not hurt others
through physically, mentally, or verbally. One more thing, Eastern religions are the only religions, only they again and again emphasize on ahimsa. Even to spread religions, they do not want killing. Understand? Even to spread religion, because any religion will compromise on their teachings when it comes to the spreading, when it comes to the question of survival, because if religion has to survive, it has to spread. If it doesn't spread, it won't survive. Eastern religions do not even bother about surviving. They do not bother about spreading. They do not bother about conversion. They are more established in ideology. Here, even for spreading, they are not giving exemption. No exemption. There is no word holy war. There is no word like holy war exists in the Eastern tradition. No, you can't kill, even for spreading, even for converting, even for teaching. No. Masters are very clear. I think the greatness of Mahavira, he took this ahimsa to the extreme. His followers they don't even do agriculture because it is related to killing the plants. Plants do have life. Forget about the question of non-vegetarian food. They don't even kill plants. And they even tie a cloth in front of their face so that the insects or the worms which are or the bacteria which are in the air won't die when they speak. He has taken ahimsa to the extreme. They do not wear silk. They do not wear shoes. They do not encourage, directly or indirectly, any industry based on violence. Anything based on violence is not encouraged by the followers of Mahavira. All they do, all they help directly or indirectly is only towards ahimsa, non-violence. I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, Nithyananda, all of you. So, this is the revelation by Swamiji on ahimsa. Ahimsa paramo dharma. As Swamiji says very beautifully, ahimsa is the most superior dharma. Ahimsa is the first step towards non-possessiveness. Ahimsa is a dharma which you can't drop. It is a basic understanding to live on the planet Earth. Ahimsa is the basic truth. Swamiji shares his own life story where he was sitting in a forest, being in this unclutched space, and in front of him, snake was there. As long as he was in total unclutched space, even the snake was not aware that somebody is there. The moment thought arose, the moment mind started to clutch, and Swamiji had the idea that he's man. The snake also got the idea that somebody is there, man is there. And he started to run. And Swamiji gives example from the life of Buddha. He shares two stories of Buddha, one with the big elephant and another with the Angulimal. It's quite famous story of Angulimal, especially when he was living in the forest. He was a killer. He had killed 999 people and made a garland out of cutting the finger of people, those he has killed. So he was looking for one more person, and Buddha was instructed not to go there, but Buddha went. And when he was about to kill, Angulimas was about to kill Buddha, Buddha asked few questions and he was not able to answer, and finally he became a monk. Such is the presence of the enlightened master, and such is the presence of non-ahimsa, because when a person is enlightened, non-ahimsa, non-violence becomes the very part of their existence. And ahimsa is the only way to live on the planet Earth. If there's no no ahimsa, then everybody will kill each other and nobody will live. With ahimsa only, one can have the understanding and live.
Yes, and Swamiji very beautifully says that the best way for us to all get along, for all of us to survive, is not through competition, but through cooperation. And this comes with ahimsa. And I'd just like to point out, to re-emphasize a point. So if you are established in ahimsa, all enmity in front of you disappears. So with Swamiji's encounter with the snake, so the very thoughts of danger and the possibility of violence awakens the possibility of violence in the other being. So Swamiji also said that this is very much true with nature, with animals and people that live in the nature, tribals and so forth. But it does touch humans as well. So we have later in the program, we'll be looking at how whatever we do affects the other person. So when another person becomes violent or aggressive towards you, it is because they feel threatened. So in the same way, where there's the danger or the possibility of violence, that is where it is awakened in the other person. So it is the very thought of danger, very thought of the possibility of violence that awakens the violence in the other person. And Swamiji also then touched on Mahavira's followers who, so Mahavira, the great enlightened being, the Arihanta, who created the very beautiful space of enlightened beings, enlightened living. His followers don't even do agriculture because it kills plants. So because it kills plants, they don't even encourage or directly or indirectly encourage any industry that is based on violence. So that is the level of ahimsa that they are going to, the level of ahimsa that Mahavira has instilled in his followers. All right, so next, let's move on to the next segment in our program for today.
So we'll be entering into the internalization exercise to conquer life with ahimsa. So the Sutra of Mahavira were composed using the language of Pali. Pali was one of the common languages spoken among people. Sanskrit was most among the scriptural language where scriptures were written and spoken. Pali was a language more in common, with the intention of making them accessible to the general population, because it was spoken in the general public. Let us once again remind ourselves of these verses and their meaning, as we have already gone through a few times. So let's again go through this Sutra of Mahavira. Namo Arihantanam, which means I bow down to the enlightened souls. Namo Siddhanam, I bow down to the liberated souls. Namo Aryanam, I bow down to religious leaders. Namo Vajayanam, I bow down to the religious teachers. Namo Loe Sahunam, I bow to all the monks of the world. Esho Pancha Namokaro, these 5 salutations are capable of Swa Pavanasano, destroying all the sins, and this is Mangalacha Swasen, the first happiness among all forms. Padmam Havai Mangalam, of happiness. So, in a way, translation of the whole mantra goes as I bow down to the enlightened souls. I bow down to the liberated souls. I bow down to the religious leaders. I bow down to the religious teachers. I bow down to all the monks of the world. These 5 salutations are capable of destroying all the sins, and this is the first happiness among all forms of happiness. So, we'll be moving to the understanding that going beyond desires will lead to create more wealth.
So desire is something which is related to these 3: life, death, and how to go beyond death. Desire itself is life, because without desire for life, you will have no life. If you don't know how to handle desire, you will face death. And if you know how to handle desire, you will go beyond this cycle. That's all. There is no master who did not talk about desire. It is an important subject that every master has to address. In some way, he has to touch on this subject. Today, we will see how the great master Mahavira, so we just mentioned about Mahavira, actually Swamiji himself mentioned Mahavira and his followers. We'll see how the great master Mahavira handles this subject of desire from different dimensions, different angles that empowers you to create more wealth and to handle it.
So, first step towards non-possessiveness is ahimsa. So, there are beautiful verses, sutras. When you practice them, the result will be totally life transforming. Now, the Ahimsa Sutra, which is Dhamma Sutra, is Dhamo Mangala Muktitam Ahimsa Sancha Madavo Devaitam Tamasi Shanti Desha Damai Shayamano. So the translation of this verse is, what is the most superior dharma? Ahimsa is the most superior dharma. A person who has established himself in ahimsa, even the devatas salute.
So ahimsa is the basic truth of life. One important thing which you should understand, all the great masters, whether Buddha, Krishna, Mahavira, Shiva, all of them are talking more about ahimsa. All the Eastern masters talk about ahimsa more than about love. Love comes only second. Ahimsa is emphasized. But for the Western mind, the word love looks more appropriate because it is a positive thing. Non-violence is more negative. All the Eastern masters emphasize more non-violence than love because in love, slowly you become aggressive. Not only that, but when you say, I love you, you give some promise to the other person. And all promises are failures. All promises end in failures. The moment you give a promise to somebody and you don't fulfill it, that is also violence. It is a form of violence.
So the right way to start love is non-violence, ahimsa, not love. Love will only happen when you really experience non-violence, when you really experience ahimsa. Then love will automatically start happening. You'll experience. You cannot make love happen. No, you can only work in the direction of non-violence. Means you can only work in the direction of ahimsa. Love will happen as a byproduct of non-violence, as a byproduct of ahimsa. If you try to work directly in the direction of love, you will mess it up. So I say it very clearly. If you try to work in the direction of love, you will mess it up and you will end up in creating trouble for yourself and others. So when you are really established in ahimsa, non-violence, no animal experience violence in front of you either. As Swamiji himself shares his story, we just discussed about that, about the snake story where he was in total anxious space. Even snake was in front of him. Snake was not even aware that there is a man there. But the moment a thought arose in him, the moment his mind started to clutch, and Swamiji had the idea that he's a man, the snake also got the idea that there is a man. He got afraid and he started to run. So the part of brain which aggravates anger or violence simply disappears. It works only in front of you. In your life, if you are threatened by somebody, sit and analyze. That person must be feeling threatened by you. Yes, Swamiji said very clearly. If you are threatened by somebody, sit and analyze that the other person will be feeling threatened by you. Sit and analyze, try to sort that out issue, and you will never be disturbed.
Did you know Mahavira's followers don't even do agriculture? So this is something that Swamiji just mentioned in the revelations just now. So Mahavira's followers don't even do agriculture because it is related to killing the plants which do have life. So the plants themselves have life and all life is sacred. And they even tie a cloth in front of their face. So Swamiji pointed on this in the revelations as well. They even tie a cloth in front of their face so that the insects or worms or bacteria in the air don't die when they speak. So when we speak, we send out the air that's in our lungs, the moisture and so forth, and that can kill bacteria, insects or worms or anything that might it might land on. So they wear this cloth on their face to make sure that the cloth bears all the air that they speak out, so that way the insects, the bacteria do not die when they speak. They also never wear silk. So if you're aware, silk is from worms. So the worms are being destroyed when the silk is created. So they also do not wear silk. They do not wear any shoes. And of course, they don't wear shoes so they can see where they are stepping, and they don't kill any insects or anything else that is on the ground that we usually carelessly step on with our shoes. And they also encourage they do not encourage directly or indirectly any industry that's based on violence. So no industry based on violence is being supported or is being encouraged by Mahavira's followers.
So we'll be entering into the analysis, we'll be entering into the internalization exercise. So have the pen notebook with you, have the pen with you as we enter into this exercise. So the first step is going to be assessing the situation. So think of a particular conflict you had with a person. So just requesting all of you to have the notebook with you, pen and paper with you, and think of a situation where you had to conflict with a person. Analyze exactly what happened in that conflict, what happened in that situation when you had the conflict with that person. Why this person must be feeling threatened, and how your actions may have contributed to their feeling threatened. Once again, first think about any particular conflict that you had with a person, analyze that, what exactly happened, why this person might be feeling threatened, and how your actions may have contributed to their feeling threatened. Consider if there was a miscommunication or misunderstanding between both the parties. elaborately pen down about the incident. So we'll be projecting the slide for your reference. Have a look at it and start to pen down. Let's begin.
Now let's identify the cause of the conflict. Try to understand the emotions you experience in the situation. Do not try to find a reason for the situation. Only try to analyze your emotions. For example, in a relay race, you almost ran over a fellow participant. This led to a conflict. At the moment, you felt threatened that you wouldn't make it to the end of the race and reacted out of anger. So have a look in. Try to understand for the situation that you encountered. Try to understand the emotion that you experienced in that situation. Don't find reasons for the situation, just analyze your emotions, nothing else. Let us continue.
Now, in the third step, reflect on other person's perspective. Analyze the situation by understanding the emotions the other person would have experienced and how they felt threatened by you. This exercise will help you empathize with them and find possible solutions. For example, reaction of your peer. See how they also felt threatened and reacted out of that space. Understanding that the person felt threatened by your reaction. Sort out that issue. Declare to yourself ahimsa parmo dharma. Please continue.
Yes, you can relax now. So that was analyzing conflict resolution with ahimsa. So now let us move on to the next segment in our program today, which is once again the power manifestation segment. And today's power manifestation, once again, is the power of body scanning. So far we've had a scan of our own overall health, and then we scanned our lungs. Now let us scan our vital signs. So we're talking about the heart rate, blood pressure, body temperature. So you can pick one, two, or perhaps all three, up to you. Let us get ready and get into this power manifestation, the power of body scanning.
So in this round, you can, as Master told, you can choose any of them, either the heart rate, blood pressure, body temperature, or even the respiratory rate. So if you have any measurement device for the blood pressure or body temperature or heartbeat, or even the respiratory rate, you can use any of these devices to measure your your related heartbeats or body temperature or heartbeat. Have the initial measurement, note it down. Make sure that you are noting down the initial measurement. Okay, so sorry, it's not about the initial measurement. We'll be doing while scanning. So you'll be scanning the overall health of your vital organs. So these are the vital organs that we have mentioned, which is the heart rate, body temperature, blood pressure, and even the respiratory rate. So you'll be scanning these rates through the power of body scanning. You'll be manifesting this power. So let's take a moment, and now you can sit with your head, neck, spine in a straight line, and you can close your eyes. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. His energy flowing throughout entire your whole body, filling up his energy, his superconscious space throughout your trillions of cells, bubbling with energy. His love and compassion is radiating throughout all your body, filling all your inner space. Feel his love and compassion. Be in the space of deep connection with Bhagwan. Now, gently bring your awareness to your third eye. And through your third eye, start to scan the overall health of your organs, vital organs. As you chant the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. As you keep vibrating with this Mahavakya, remember, Mahavakya is the cosmic code that Swamiji has given us to connect with him deeply. Keep vibrating with Mahavakya and start to scan the vital organs of your body, whether it is heart rate, blood pressure, heartbeat, or even the body temperature. Let's begin this manifestation.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda
Yes, you can now relax. And take a moment and share with us the results of your body scan. So we asked you, the participants, to scan the overall health or your body temperature or your blood pressure, whichever one you chose to scan. Now let us know how you experienced this power manifestation and what was the result. What did you see through your third eye? So your blood pressure, your heart rate, your body temperature.
Yes. So let us know what was when you scan all these vital organs, how you experience, how you scanned and how you experienced while you're scanning. Take a moment and share. Meanwhile, also, let's get ready for the next session, which is going to be on aparigraha, the power of aparigraha, which is non-possessiveness. So, aparigraha actually encourages us to let go of all the attachments that we have, whether it is material possessions that we have or any outcomes related to that. It is about opening our heart and freeing ourselves from the clutches of greed and desires. When we apply aparigraha in our life, we cultivate a sense of inner freedom and peace, allowing us to experience life without the burden of ownership. So, as we engage in aparigraha, that lets us live life which is true with true abundance, and that lets us teaches us the true abundance comes from not accumulating possessiveness, but from recognizing the richness within ourselves and the connections with ourselves and the connection with others. So let's enter into this revelation by Swamiji on aparigraha, which is the non-possessiveness.
When you really enter into ahimsa, the aparigraha, the next step starts happening. Let us see that sutra, aparigraha sutra. Naso parigraha uddho naya buddhena tayina mucha parigho buddhi ye buddham mahesina loyisesa anukosi manne annaramavi jesiyo sannihikame gihi bhavayenase. Let me give you the translation. Parigraha does not mean to go have clothes and other items of basic need, but to have attachment towards this is parigraha. Beautiful. First thing is telling, parigraha means, possessiveness means, don't think that having clothes and other items of basic need, that is not possessiveness, but having attachment towards it is possessiveness. This is the one sutra which created so much of wealth around the followers of Mahavir. They were successful socially just because of this one sutra, this one teaching. This is the ultimate technique to create and enjoy wealth. Understand? When you become non-possessive, the capability to enjoy increases. The power to enjoy, the intensity to enjoy becomes more. You can see in your life, whenever you are enjoying something which you are really possessive, you will be so suffocated. The fear that it may leave you will never allow you to enjoy it. Only when you are with a non-serious attitude, playfulness, the intensity with which you are enjoying will be so beautiful, amazing. You will create more wealth and live it and experience it. Parigraha does not mean to have clothes and other items of basic need, but to have attachment towards these is parigraha. Again, Patanjali says beautifully, when you achieve the non-possessiveness, you get the insight, you experience the truth of why you took birth and knowledge about your past life. See, as on now, you are not able to have the knowledge of your past life because you are too much caught
by the things which you are having. You are too much filled by the possessions which you are having. Your inner space is forgotten to move beyond the things which you are having in your life. Understand? The few things which you are having, a few cars and your home and your few relationships, this occupies your inner space so much, you do not have enough space to look further, to look beyond. One more important thing, whenever you are possessive of something, be very clear, you are bound, you are binding yourself, you are putting a boundary for yourself. You are not allowing the further expansion, you are stopping, you are curtailing the possibility for growth. Any possessiveness is curtailing the possibility for growth. That is why a possessive person suffocates himself and suffocates others. Whoever is around him or her, he or she suffocates the other person also. Ahimsa and possessiveness, these two are very closely connected. When you really become non-violent, you will not possess people. If you are possessing somebody, you will be violent towards that person. Be very clear. Any possessiveness, the very possessiveness itself is a violence. Because the moment you possess, you reduce that person from energy to matter. Only matter can be possessed. You can possess this chair. You can possess this table. You can keep it wherever you want. It will be there as it is. But you can't possess a living being. If you do, you are reducing that living being from energy to the person, from energy to matter. Possessiveness is violence. Parigraha is himsa. That is why Mahavir touches ahimsa first before talking about aparigraha. See, two things. Not having desires or suppressing your desires means suicide. It is just suicide. Because desire is the energy which moves your body. Desire is prana, fuel for your system. Having desire is the only way to move your system. So not having desire or killing the desire is not the goal. Creating enough of inner space to accommodate all your desires, so that desire does not torture you, desire does not suffocate you, so that you don't feel disturbed by the desires. Understand? Not having desires is not the goal. Then we can live like a buffaloes without being disturbed. People ask me, Swamiji, an enlightened person should not have a desire. You really don't have a desire? They come and ask me. I tell them, be very clear. Enlightened person, the word enlightenment should be very clearly understood. Only then you will understand the enlightened person also. See, as on now, in a normal human mind, if they have 10 acre, all 10 acre, they are growing something, some rice or paddy or sugar cane or something. It is filled, occupied. In an enlightened being, he has got 1 million acre, only 10 acre is used for agriculture. Will he even know that agriculture is going on in some place? No. I have 1 million acre. So even if agriculture is going on in 10 acre, I will not even know. Same way, enlightened being has got so much of inner space, the 10 acre is like a negligible. the inner chattering which is happening is negligible. All you need to do is expand the inner space. I am not telling you to kill all the, destroy the agriculture which is happening in 10 acre. No. That will lead you to tamas, means depression and inertia. That will lead you to tamas and depression. I am not telling you to destroy the agriculture which is happening in the 10 acre. No, I am telling you to expand the inner space so that the 10 acre sound will not disturb you. The noise which is being created in the 10 acre agriculture will not disturb you. You will not feel suffocated. You will have more space. You will feel expanded. You will feel the fulfillment. Aparigraha does not mean not having the basic items, basic things, no. But creating a bigger inner space. How to? How to do? Whenever you feel that you are possessing something, decide very clearly to unclutch from it consciously. Visualize how your life will be without that object or that person. Sometimes you may think, oh, I can do without it. That's all. Then perfectly all right. Sometimes you may have little suffering. Go through that suffering, that moment itself. That suffering itself will purify you. Understand? When you feel that you are too much attached, you are possessive of some person or some object, sit and visualize your life without that person or that object. If you feel you can do without it, relax, nothing to worry. If you feel suffering, oh God, my life will, I can't do without him or her or that object, then sit and meditate your life without that person. Create that pain, allow that suffering. Suddenly you will see that suffering itself is so powerful. The pain is so powerful. It will teach you, it will purify you. When you come out, when that suffering disappears from your inner space, because you can't be constantly suffering. At the most you can suffer for a few hours. Slowly that suffering will settle down. That depression will leave you. That pain will leave your inner space. When that pain leaves your inner space, already you would have learnt a lesson of aparigraha. This is powerful technique to achieve aparigraha. Start meditating your life without that person or object. Let that pain, suffering arise in your inner space and wait till it disappears. Be silent, have patience till that disappears. When that pain and suffering leaves your inner space, you would have been matured, because pain and suffering teaches you. It's a powerful master. It's a powerful teacher. No other master or teacher can teach you like pain or suffering. Using even pain to learn, using even suffering to grow, using even the failures to mature yourself. When you expand your inner space through this way, understand this technique is a very powerful technique. Try it. Whenever you feel you are possessive of somebody, something, sit, unclutch, disconnect, allow the pain, allow the suffering. Now what can be done? Because anything can be taken away from you. The product or that person can be taken away from you. It is not that he or that person or the product is going to be with you forever. No. So, just meditate the non-possessiveness, meditate on aparigraha and be without that person or the object, you will see the pain itself teaches you, and you are free from the pain, you are free from the suffering, you are free from the parigraha, you are free from the possessiveness. Doing constant struggle to hold stuff is an indication of the greed within a person. A person who continuously struggles to hold stuff is just a householder, not a sadhu. Understand? Mahavir is telling, doing constant struggle to hold stuff is an indication of the greed within a person. When you are greedy, even the things which is in your garage, you will be remembering about that constantly. Even the things which are under your control, you will be remembering about it. You can't forget even the things which are under your control, which are inside your locker. You will be afraid that somebody may take it away. Who knows, it will be there when I go back. Too much of greed constantly creates fear, and you struggle to hold, you struggle to hold, you struggle to hold. When a person is non-possessive, he is ready to take the risk. That is why all the majority of the Mahavir's followers have become business people, because that needs risk. You need to take risk. This great teaching of aparigraha gives you the courage and inner space to take that risk, to take bold steps. See, only when you are non-possessive, you can do calculation. Usually the doctors don't treat their own family because they will be too possessive. They can't see the truth. The objectivity will be lost. Same way, if you are possessive of something, you can't put that thing at stake. Person who is too possessive about his life will not do anything which expands his life. He will not take any risky. He will not do anything which is risky. When you don't do anything which is risky, you are nothing more than a buffalo. We will be just vegetating, nothing else, just sitting and sleeping, couch potatoes. I have seen many people, they will not even climb some 100, 200 feet, 100, 200 steps. They will tell, no, I have little pain, I may get wheezing, I may get breathing problem. See, the idea that I may get this, I may get that, will completely put you in prison. I call this as a psychological prison. Not able to take risks. And the life without risk is not worth living. Life without risk means you are not living, you are just waiting for death to happen. Because you don't have courage to commit suicide, you just wait till it happens. Now nothing can be done, it has to happen only by itself. So why not wait? That's all. Aparigraha, the non-possessiveness, gives you such a big inner space to take risk, whether it is related to business or related to your life. So I tell you, ahimsa is the greatest dharma. If you follow ahimsa, others will live happily. If you follow aparigraha, you will live happily. These two are the greatest truths. Non-violence If you practice non-violence, people who live around you will live happily. If you practice non-possessiveness, you will live happily. One more thing, to really achieve non-possessiveness, you need to understand one thing. Life is not too valuable as you think. And don't be too serious. See, because we are constantly living in cities, we become too serious about our life. Every day thinking too many things and too much about how to avoid this, how to avoid that, what will happen this, what will happen to that. And you clearly design the life. Understand, if you look into your life, every day morning till night, just try to see your life. If you do a video recording of your whole day, tell somebody else to do without your knowledge, you will see, you will realize few important things. You will come out of your bedroom through the same path. You will sit in the same sofa. You will go to the living room through same steps, and you will come out and take your car in the same way. The whole thing will be same, and you will not be even using some parts of your house for 1 year or 2 years. You will not be even using corners of your house your whole life. I tell you really, if you see, you will understand. Almost your whole day routine is under your control. Even if you face the accidents, there is an insurance. So everything is clearly pre-planned, visualized. No place for God. Because you did everything. Now where is the place for Him? You do not allow divine to intervene. People ask me, Swamiji, we are seeing so many miracles in your life. Why it is not happening in our life? Especially people who live around me, they get a little jealous of miracles happening around my life. Because whatever I tell becomes true. Every other day this is happening. One day you can say coincidence. And every day when this happens, these guys become a little jealous. What is this? How so many miracles are happening around you, but not around us? Because I am allowing God to intervene. I am not planning out and out. I leave little gaps so that He can do something. Miracles do not happen in your life because you plan for your life completely, thoroughly. Living non-seriously is plan for miracles. Living in a playful way is plan for miracles. Understand? If you live a little playfully, it's okay. If you live a little non-seriously, you will attract so many beautiful miracles in your life. Patanjali says, aparigraha is way to achieve the memory of the past life and your decisions, why you take birth and what for you came down. And I tell you, aparigraha is the amazing way, best way to create miracles in your life, to attract miracles in your life. Person who lives in a non-serious way, playful way, attracts again and again miracles in his life, because he has got some inner space and the outer space where God can intervene. It is not that his whole life is packed. No. If you yourself have thought about, visualized and decided, then he thinks, all right, he is managing, why to interfere unnecessarily? And you may say, you may put a board, no entry also, who knows? That is the reason he feels he shouldn't interfere. Live little playfully. Do little less planning. You will see the miracles happening in your life. Person who is non-possessive, not only miracles happening in his life, anything happens in his life, he feels miracle. Because he doesn't possess anything. He doesn't take anything for granted. He doesn't claim anything is his birthright. Even taking birth is not your right. What about birthright? The word birthright is the wrong word. Nothing can be birthright because taking birth itself is not your right. It's not under your control. Then how can you say something is your birthright? No. Word birthright should be removed. There is nothing for which we have a right or claim. No. Person who is established in non-possessiveness, aparigraha, not only regains the past memory, he realizes again and again and again he is doing the same nonsense of catching some people and catching some property and saying this is my house and this is my boundary, this is my husband, this is my wife and this is my son and this is my daughter, and suddenly he dies, goes to other place and again catches everything. One more psychodrama and again you die and catch one more. By that time you are almost ready with your husband, daughter, son, grandson, enough of your boundary, property, everything. Life says, now chalo, bas, relax, and over. You realize again and again you are doing the same thing. The moment you understand again and again you are doing the same thing, you decide strongly to jump out of this cycle. Anybody who decides strongly to jump out of this cycle is liberated. Understand? For liberation, all you need is only one thing: strong decision to jump out. Clear no to society, clear no to the same cycle of birth and death. Aparigraha directly leads you to enlightenment. Aparigraha can happen only with a matured soul. You don't possess now all the toys with which you played. Do you possess? No. You don't possess your toy car with which you played. But at the age of 6 or 7, that was your life. If your mother snatches it away from you and says, hey, go and eat, it is time to eat, enough you played. You say, no, I don't want food. I don't want you also. Get lost. Give my give my toy. Give my car. That time it was more near and dear to you than your mother and food. Now you are grown out of it. Simply the aparigraha has happened. It's not that you don't have the toys. You may have even in your house, but you are not remembering about it. You are not possessive about it. You are not possessive. But you are possessive of little bigger car. You have grown out of the 6-inch car and now you are caught with a 6-feet car. If you expand your inner space, you will grow out of this also.
Yes. So if you grow your inner space, you will grow out of this also. And Swami says that aparigraha, through aparigraha, you directly aparigraha leads you to enlightenment. And let's understand the parigraha, as Swamiji has beautifully explained. Parigraha means possessing, having attachment to anything, whether it is the object or a person. Having the attachment itself is parigraha. And the ultimate technique to create wealth, Swami says that just by this technique, having attachment to any object or thing, that is aparigraha, that is parigraha. Using this technique, so many people who followed Mahavira got created a lot of wealth, because nothing. When moment you remove the attachment, you can have anything, any number of items, any number of people, but you will not be possessing those items or the things or the people. And but the thing is, whenever you possess, means whenever you possess a thing or a person, you are not growing, you are putting a boundary to yourself, you are limiting yourself. And when you are in aparigraha, you are expanding, you are growing, you are not putting, you are breaking your limitations. So Swami says that aparigraha is a direct way that leads you to enlightenment. And Swami says that only a matter can be possessed. The moment you cannot possess a being, the moment you start possessing a being, you reduce that being to a matter. All right. So with this, let's enter into the internalization exercise.
Yes, so this is once again an internalization exercise, a technique in relation to aparigraha, non-possessiveness. So this is going beyond desires. And let us once again start with the sutras of Mahavira. So let us once again remember this beautiful chant. So if you can chant along with me. Namo Arihantanam, Namo Siddhanam, Namo Ayariyanam, Namo Uvajayanam, Namo Loe Savasahunam, Esho Panchnamukaro, Savapavapahnasano, Mangalancha Savesin, Padamam Havai Mangalam. So let us remember, I bow to the enlightened souls. I bow to the liberated souls. I bow to the religious leaders. I bow to religious teachers. I bow to all monks of the world. These 5 salutations are capable of destroying all the sins, and this is the first happiness among all forms of happiness.
So let's understand that when Mahavira says drop your desires and don't possess, means aparigraha, living in non-possessiveness. If you don't practice it and directly start arguing, how can I live without possessing things? It is life negative. It is not possible. You'll create all sorts of words. But if you understand, if you really understand what Mahavira says and start living in non-possessiveness, if you if you clear your inner space and make yourself a non-possessive being, suddenly you will see so much of inner space is available. Swami says very beautifully that desires, you should not drop the desires, or actually desires cannot be dropped, and desires should not be suppressed. You have to increase your inner space so that these desires doesn't disturb you. Desires are also there, but your inner space is so vast that these desire doesn't disturb you. So I say that you cannot move your body unless you have a desire. The moment you move a body, you are having a desire. So having a desire is not wrong. Suppressing and what you have to do is creating the large inner space, bigger inner space.
Yes, you will take many risks, because as long as a person thinks that the wealth he's having is too valuable to lose, as long as he possesses, he will never take any step in life. He will not allow the flow happening in his life. Understand, currency means that which is flowing. So currency means that which is flowing. It will stay only with people who are allowing it to flow. If you stop the flow, it will sink.
So Possessiveness means putting a boundary for yourself. The moment you start possessing, whether it is person or any item, any object, the moment you start possessing, you put boundary for yourself. Means you are underestimating your own efficiency. You are putting limitation to yourself. And possessiveness comes to you only when you are afraid, only when you are in fear, and only when you face insecurity. That's how you start to possess and start to limit yourself. And when you possess, you don't grow, you don't expand. Again, insecurity means you are underestimating your ability and your capacity. So let's understand again, the moment you start possessing anything, you put boundary for yourself and you are underestimating your own efficiency. It is because you are afraid. And only when you are in fear, only when you are insecure, you start to possess. And insecurity again means that you are underestimating your own capacity. That's how you start possessing. So when a person starts thinking and living with non-possessiveness, means he's not possessing anything. Suddenly he feels so much of space is available for him. He can play with so many decisions. He can play with so many choices. He can manipulate his life. His boundary itself expands. So now understand, now let's understand how what Mahavira is trying to say. Moment you are, we'll just look at about possessiveness. And when you are non-possessive, so much of vast space is available to you. You start playing with so many decisions. You can make so many decisions. You can make so many choices. You can manipulate his life and boundaries. You expand your boundaries. So much of freedom is there with non-possessiveness.
Yes, attachment itself is possessiveness. So parigraha or possessiveness doesn't mean to have clothes or other items or basic needs, but it means having attachment towards these. So once again, listen carefully. So parigraha or possessiveness isn't having clothes and other items or basic need, but it means having attachment to these. That is parigraha, that is possessiveness. So this one sutra, as we pointed out earlier, Swamiji has also revealed in the revelations earlier as well. This one sutra created so much wealth around the followers of Mahavira. They were successful socially just because of this one sutra, this one teaching, understanding that non-possessiveness is the way to let the currency flow, by not having possessiveness of anything allows you to open up to have everything in this cosmos. This is the ultimate technique to create and enjoy wealth.
So when you become non-possessive, the capability to enjoy increases. And the power to enjoy, the intensity to enjoy becomes more. So when you possess, then obviously you're putting limitations to yourself. So you'll not be able to enjoy the more. And when you are non-possessive, so much of choice is available to you, so much of freedom is available to you. You have the power to enjoy, you have the intensity to enjoy more and more. You can see in your life, whenever you are enjoying something of which you are really possessive, you will be so much suffocated because of that possessiveness. The fear that it might leave you will never allow you to enjoy it. That is the reality. You can actually just look into your life and remember those things that you are possessing, and you'll feel that how you feel so suffocated, having the fear that it might leave you someday or might end something. So that is the thing with the possessiveness. So only when you are in the non-serious attitude, playful attitude with intensity with which you are enjoying will be so beautiful and amazing. You will create more wealth and you'll live it. You'll experience it.
So aparigraha, non-possessiveness, yields insight into existence. So as of now, you're not able to have the knowledge of your past life because because you are too much caught by the things you are having. You are too much filled with the possessions which you are having. Your inner space has forgotten to move beyond the things which you have in your life. The few things which you do have now, like a few cars, your home, a few relationships, they occupy your inner space so much. You do not have enough space to look further, to look beyond. So Swamiji beautifully tells when people ask him, what's the difference between ourselves and himself? He says that we only have, let's say, 1,000 acres, or we only have 10 acres, of which we have arable land in our inner space. For him, he has 1 million acres. So his inner space is so much bigger that even if it does have the 10 acres, whatever it might be, so it might be in relation to thoughts, even if it does have the 10 acres, it is drowned in that million acres of inner space. So it is so insignificant. But for us, because we have only 10 acres of inner space, when we have 10 acres of these thoughts, these attachments, then it is very much taking our entire inner space. It is ruling our life. So one important thing, whenever you are possessive of something, be very clear, you are binding yourself. You are putting a boundary for yourself. You're not allowing further expansion. So think of it in terms of, okay, you have attachment to one thing. You can only enjoy that one thing. But more than that, you are creating that suffering because, as we just mentioned, you're always thinking, what if it goes away? What if I lose it? So you always have this idea that I might lose it. Because of that, it's actually creating more suffering than it does a potential enjoyment, potential benefits. But if you don't have this attachment, so you remove this attachment, straight away the thought about losing it will go away. So there's no negative side. And you open yourself up to enjoy so many other things. So instead of just being attached to this one thing, whatever it might be, you can enjoy so many different things that are out there. So straight away your enjoyment goes up, shoots up exponentially. So that is a very big difference that we need to recognize. We are curtailing the possibility for growth by having these attachments.
So let's understand that aparigraha yields insights into existence. Whether it is ahimsa, as we discussed, as we revealed, previously Swamiji revealed on ahimsa, which is non-violence, and aparigraha, which is non-possessiveness. They are very closely related. When you become non-violent, means ahimsa, you are in ahimsa, you will not possess people. You start to possess people only when you are violent. If you possess somebody, you will be violent towards that person. Sanjay is very, very clear, says the moment you possess, that is violence towards that person. Be very clear. Any possessiveness is violence. Because the moment you possess, you reduce that person from energy to matter. And the moment that you reduces that energy, that being from energy to matter, you suffocate, you possess that. Only matter can be possessed. Only you can possess chairs, you can possess tables, you can possess any items. It will be there as it is, but you can't possess a living being. If you do, you will be reducing that living being from energy to matter.
And more than that, you will also be curtailing their expansion, their growth, so their potential for growth. So you will also be responsible for that. See, two things, not having desires and suppressing your desires mean suicide. It is simply suicide because desire is the energy which moves your body. So not having desires or suppressing your desires are just suicide. The very desire to live, the very reason for living is a desire. So without this desire, we would not be alive. Desire is prana. It's fuel for your system. Having desire is the only way to move your system. So not having desire or killing the desire is definitely not the goal here. So once again, we need to create enough of inner space to accommodate all our desires, so that the desire does not torture us, does not suffocate us, so that we don't feel disturbed by the desire. So similarly, as I mentioned just earlier, Swamiji's inner space is 1 million acres, ours is 10 acres. We need to create more inner space for ourselves to allow, to accommodate all these desires, to make sure that we can fit all our desires and not be disturbed, not be tortured, not be suffocated by our desires.
So let's understand that, with example, if a normal human being has 10 acres of space, as it was mentioned before, in all 10 acres, they are growing something, some rice, some wheat, or sugarcane, or something that is being grown in that 10 acres. It is filled, it is occupied. That whole 10 acre is just filled and occupied. In the case of an enlightened being, he has 1 billion acres of land, but only 10 acre is being used for the agriculture. Will he even know that agriculture is going on in some place? In that 1 million acres, just 10 acres is being used? No. The enlightened being has so much of inner space that 10 acre is negligible. The inner chatter is which is happening is negligible. All you need to do is expand your inner space. So expand the inner space so that the inner chatter in that 10 acre will not disturb. The noise which is being created in that 10 acre will not disturb you at all. The whole thing is to increase the inner space. You will not feel suffocated. You will have more space. You will feel expanded. You will feel fulfillment when you have the large inner space. So aparigraha does not mean not having the basic things. It is creating the bigger inner space.
So how to create a bigger inner space? Understand, when you feel that you're too much attached or possessive of some person or object, decide very clearly to unclutch from it consciously. Sit and visualize your life without that person or that object. If you feel you can do without it, relax. There's nothing to worry about. But if you feel the suffering, oh God, I can't do without him, or I can't do without her, or I can't do without that object, then you need to sit and meditate on your life without that person, without that object. Suddenly you will see that suffering itself is so powerful, the pain is so powerful, it will simply teach you. It will purify you. When you come out, so when you come out of this suffering, this torture you're putting yourself through, when that suffering disappears from your inner space, because you can't be constantly in the suffering, at the most you can suffer for a few hours, but slowly that suffering will settle down. That depression will leave you. That pain will leave your inner space. Living non-seriously is the plan for miracles. Living in a playful way is the plan for miracles. Understand, if you live a little playfully, it is okay. If you live a little non-seriously, you will attract so many beautiful miracles in your life.
Yes. So living playfully, living non-seriously, creates a space for miracles in your life. Now let's understand what Maharishi Patanjali says about aparigraha. Maharishi Patanjali says, aparigraha is the way to achieve the memories of past life and to know about your decisions, like why you took the birth and what for you came down. Aparigraha is the amazing way, the best way to create miracles in your life, to attract miracles in your life. Understand one thing, ahimsa makes all the people around you blissful. Aparigraha makes you blissful.
Yes, I think we need to hear
Yes.
that one more time. So, ahimsa makes all the people around you blissful, but aparigraha makes you blissful.
Yes.
So please make sure you cognize this. Ahimsa makes everyone around you blissful. Aparigraha makes you blissful. It's a very important cognition. Whenever you are alone, just sit for half an hour and visualize your life without the objects and the people around you of which you are possessive. If you are possessive of some person or some object, just remove that from your life and sit. So for half an hour, just visualize your life without that person, without that object, whatever it might be, and allow any suffering, any pain which comes to you, just allow it to come. Go through it consciously, face that pain, face that suffering, allow it to come. This pain will teach you.
So let's enter into exercise to create the bigger space in you. We have been talking about to create the bigger space. So let's enter into the internalization exercise to create the bigger space, in bigger inner space. So you can have your notebook, you can pen with you ready so that we can start the exercise. So requesting all the participants to have the notebook and the pen with you. All right. Now sit for a few minutes and visualize your life without objects and persons which you are possessive about. So just take a few minutes and visualize. First of all, you have to think of the objects or the person which you are possessive about that, and visualize your life without those objects or the person. You might be possessive about any person in which you are in relationship with, or any particular object that is very close to you. So visualize your life without those objects or the persons which you are possessive about. So our first step is sit alone. Yes, this is very much required for all of you. So make sure that you move to a position, place where you are alone. Sit alone and visualize how your life will be without that object or without that person. So we'll be projecting this instruction for you, and then we'll be moving to the next steps. So let's enter into the first step. Sit alone. Visualize how your life will be without that object or without that person. Let's continue.
Now, if you can do without it, then it's perfectly all right. So without the object or person in your life. However, if you find you have a little suffering, create that pain and allow that suffering to happen. Suddenly you will see that that suffering itself is so powerful. The pain is so powerful that it will teach you, it will purify you. So continue meditating on your life without that person or object, and let that pain, that suffering arise in your inner space. And just wait till it disappears. Be silent, have patience, and wait till it disappears. Let us continue.
Now, when you come out, the suffering will settle down. The depression will leave you, and that pain will leave your inner space. When that pain and suffering leaves your inner system, you would have matured, because pain and suffering teaches you. It is a powerful master. It is a powerful teacher. No other master or teacher can teach you like pain or suffering can teach you. You can use that pain to learn, use the suffering to grow, use even failures to mature yourself. Yes. So let's remember that aparigraha, non-possessiveness, is the direct way to lead you to enlightenment. So with this, we'll be moving on to a meditation technique. A meditation for feeling the thought, the I-ness. When you feel the thoughts, I-ness, then you'll be able to unclutch from that. So that's the first step. So let's enter into this. Swamiji himself will be guiding into this meditation. So make sure that you are prepared for the meditation. Nobody disturbs you. You are in a space where you can comfortably perform this meditation. So let's begin.
Feel my thought, I-ness, internal organs, me. Sit and feel when thought raise, when some thoughts are coming up, which internal organ feels that thought. Sometime when the thoughts related to love or beloved comes, you will feel that this area. When a deep worry comes, you will feel the navel, this area. When shaking fear, when the fear happens to you, you will feel the Swadhisthana chakra, hara area. When the fantasies are awakened, you will feel the Muladhara area. With different emotions, you will feel different internal organs. Mahadeva is saying, just feel, that's enough. You have an automatic biointelligence which will automatically heal the pain the moment you feel the pain. For example, you have some worry and you feel that worry is starting from the navel and there is a irritation and pain. You don't have to do anything, just feel that pain. Suddenly you will see body heals the pain and drops that worrying thoughts. Body, if it is allowed to heal itself, it will not only heal the symptom, it will heal the root also. Disease itself, only when you are not allowing the natural healing process, when you don't have patience, time or trust over your body does not heal, and all the things you try to do heals only symptoms. Here, Mahadeva says, allow the body to heal itself by feeling, not doing anything else. You will suddenly see, not only it heals the symptoms, it heals the disease itself. Whenever thought raises, just see which part you are feeling that some movement, which part is first getting the impact of the thought, which part is feeling the thought happening. See that? Then you will see suddenly, automatically the healing starts happening in that part. Feel, understand, don't think, feel. My thought, I-ness, internal organs and me. And another one beautiful thing in this sutra, Mahadeva says, when you start feeling the thoughts, the organ, physical organ which is touched or which feels the thought, and allow that body to heal itself, he says, in that healing energy, you will feel my very self. He says, you will feel Mahadeva. If you are able to heal yourself, understand you already had a glimpse of Mahadeva in you. Shiva energy has already started oozing, already started coming out of your system. You had already a connection to Mahadeva. Even if you had one self-healing experience, through this technique, Mahadeva says you are initiated. You are initiated. Now courageously you can say Shivoham, Shiva is in me, the I consciousness is Shiva. All you need to do, let me describe the technique. When you just sit, naturally some thought will come. Just see from where the thought is rising or which part is getting some movement or irritation or any feeling through that thought. You will see one by one, each thought creates some sensation in some internal organ in your body. Try to see the thoughts are, which thought is connected to which sensation happening inside your body. Try to settle down to the internal organ which is feeling the sensation by the thoughts which are coming out of your system. Please close your eyes. Just see from where thoughts are rising and where you are feeling the sensation because of the thoughts. When you just sit, naturally some thought will come. Just see from where the thought is rising or which part is getting some movement or irritation or any feeling through that thought. You will see one by one, each thought creates some sensation in some internal organ in your body. Try to see the thoughts are, which thought is connected to which sensation happening inside your body. Try to settle down to the internal organ which is feeling the sensation by the thoughts which are coming out of your system. When you just sit, naturally some thought will come. Just see from where the thought is rising or which part is getting some movement or irritation or any feeling
through that thought, you will see one by one, each thought creates some sensation in some internal organ in your body. Try to see the thoughts are, which thought is connected to which sensation happening inside your body. Try to settle down to the internal organ which is feeling the sensation by the thoughts which are coming out of your system. When you just sit, naturally some thought will come. Just see from where the thought is rising, or which part is getting some movement or irritation or any feeling through that thought. You will see one by one, each thought creates some sensation in some internal organ in your body. Try to see the thoughts are, which thought is connected to which sensation happening inside your body. Try to settle down to the internal organ which is feeling the sensation by the thoughts which are coming out of your system. When you just sit, naturally some thought will come. Just see from where the thought is rising, or which part is getting some movement or irritation or any feeling through that thought, you will see one by one each thought creates some sensation in some internal organ in your body. Try to see the thoughts are, which thought is connected to which sensation happening inside your body. Try to settle down to the internal organ which is feeling the sensation by the thoughts which are coming out of your system. When you just sit, naturally some thought will come. Just see from where the thought is rising, or which part is getting some movement or irritation or any feeling through that thought. You will see one by one, each thought creates some sensation in some internal organ in your body. Try to see the thoughts are, which thought is connected to which sensation happening inside your body. Try to settle down to the internal organ which is feeling the sensation by the thoughts which are coming out of your system.
bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, welcome back. So that was a beautiful meditation technique by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And now we will move straight into the power manifestation segment. And as today's power manifestation is the power of body scanning, we will do a body scanning. This time we will body scan a friend. So ask a friend if you can have someone that you can do a body scan. So select a partner, a friend, someone that you will do a body scan on, and ask them, of course, whether they'd be willing to be part of this power manifestation. And then you'll be asking them to tell you a part of their body that is in discomfort. So whichever part of their body is in discomfort, we will scan that area and find the root cause of that problem. So requesting participants, and of course, if you're unable to get anyone, we understand for some of you the timing is not the best. It is quite late for you, and it is hard to find someone else unless you have someone there with you who is already awake. You can always do a scanning on yourself. So have a look at yourself, your body, just feel, where do you feel discomfort in your body? And wherever you feel that discomfort, just scan that area and find the root cause. So ask Somji to show you the root cause for that very discomfort. So requesting participants, if you can gather a partner, please do so. Otherwise, we can do this scanning on our own selves. And of course, if you do have some discomfort yourself that you want to find the root cause for, you can, of course, choose to directly go and scan for yourself. So requesting all participants, let us get ready. Either find the partner, or if you've decided to scan for yourself, just give us a thumbs up when you are ready, so we know you're ready to continue with this, so we can go to the next step in this power manifestation. So request participants, give us a thumbs up when you're ready. Either you have a partner or you've already decided you will be scanning for yourself. Requesting also, we have Ma Anupama and Ma Shu Wei Ping. If you could please switch on your cameras and be available in the camera frame as well, please. And also we have Ma Suganyana and Ma Kaylee Wang, if you could please, and of course Ma Tash VV, if you could please be available in the camera frame. So your camera is turned on, but we do not see you. So if you could please make yourself available in the camera frame itself. All right, so let us now enter into this power manifestation. Sit comfortably with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. You can close your eyes, or you can keep them open. Just take a minute and just have a couple of deep, long breaths. So long breath in and long breath out. Long breath in and long breath out. Now let us unclutch from everything of the outside world, any noises, any distractions. Make sure you have the phones put away so it doesn't distract you from this power manifestation. Let us unclutch from everything external and everything internal as well. So any thoughts that come up, any irritations, any patterns, any limitations that you put on yourself. Just anything that comes up, anything the mind throws at you, just become a witness. Just be a witness. Don't get involved, just witness. Let a thought come up. Just observe and let the thought come back down. This way we unclutch and we unclutch again and again to come back to this restful awareness, this space of unclutching. Now let us just move to our inner space, the area just below the heart center, the Ananda Gandha. So in our inner space, we're going to remember Swamiji, as we looked earlier today, in the Arihanta, just by remembering the Master, we invoke Swamiji in our inner space. And Swamiji is just waiting, is available for us. And invoking him, remembering him, invokes him in our inner space. And let us now feel Swamiji's love, his compassion, and his infinite wisdom, his infinite grace, just radiating throughout our entire inner space. Just feel the warmth. Feel the love, compassion. Just take a moment and enjoy these. The Swamiji is radiating, showering you with all this, all his love, his compassion. Feel the space of oneness with Swamiji. Now, from this space of oneness with Swamiji, let us move our gaze gently to the third eye. And through our third eye, let us connect to Swamiji's third eye. Let us see through our third eye into Swamiji's third eye, thus creating a connection, an energetic connection with Swamiji's third eye. And feel the buzz in your third eye, in the Anya chakra. Now let us start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let's continue chanting the Mahavakya. And from this space of oneness with Swamiji, scan the part that is in discomfort, whether for yourself or a partner that you've connected to. Let us now begin this power manifestation.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda
Yes, you can relax now. And now just take a moment and share with us how you experienced this power manifestation. So you identified an area either on yourself or a partner, identified an area of discomfort. And through the power of remote scanning, of body scanning, you would have gone into that area, looked into that area through your third eye, and identified, asked the question, what is the cause of this discomfort? So now let us know, just take a moment and let us know how do you experience this manifestation? Yes, and we have some sharing from Ma Lata, who says, my right side eyes, I saw an orange color passport. Just one moment. Passport size, showing photo I saw, and quickly getting back in above, below. All is, and my heart portions just functional. I am going back this time around the cosmos. Put the right portion, only that portion unclutch. Okay, yes, thank you very much for sharing, Mahalata. So also requesting all other participants, please take a moment and share with us your experience in this power manifestation. So once again, this is a very powerful power manifestation. Whenever you have some discomfort, whenever you have even some dis-ease, it is by infusing awareness, infusing conscious awareness, energy to the area of discomfort, that the discomfort is dissolved. So Swamiji beautifully tells us that any discomfort, any dis-ease is simply, and any pain as well, is simply the body telling you that, hey, I need some attention, I need some energy. So by actually doing this body scanning of these areas that require attention, we provide it with that attention, we provide it with that energy that it requires. So we look through the third eye, we put our awareness on it. Every thought has its energy. Everything is energy in and around us. So even the thoughts are energy. By having our awareness onto that area that is in discomfort, we provide it with the energy that it requires, with a conscious awareness, and it dissolves the discomfort. It heals the area, the spot where the discomfort exists. So it is a very powerful technique, very powerful power manifestation to practice whenever you do have some discomfort, some disease, some pain in whatever area of your body. And of course, not just for yourself, you can do the same for a partner. So in this exercise, we were looking to practice on a partner to give us the confidence and understanding that we can actually do it on other people as well. So everything in and around us is energy. And it is conscious awareness that either on ourselves or someone else can heal the distress, the discomfort, the pain, the disease itself. So if you're still sharing, please go ahead and keep sharing. Meanwhile, let us get ready to move into the next segment of today.
So the next segment is going to be a revelation by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the topic of true knowledge. So let's get ready to receive this powerful cognition and the highest truths directly from Bhagavan himself in his own words. Let's sit straight with our head, neck, and spine in a straight line and come to the space of listening, carrying a completely receptive space. And let's watch.
Today's topic is true knowledge. Everybody, every master, every spiritual person claims what they are teaching is the true knowledge. how to find out what we are hearing is the true knowledge? There should be a scale for satya. There should be a scale for truth. What is truth? There should be definition. There should be clear idea with which we can find out whether it is truth or not. Mahavira is giving the touchstone definition of satya here. Today we are going to enter into the Satya Sutra. He is giving the techniques, methods to find out what you are listening is a true knowledge or not. Through these beautiful sutras, before entering into the Mahavira Sutras, I wanted to discuss few things about this truth so that you will understand the greatness of Mahavira's words. See, one beautiful thing is Mahavira has lived Kshatriya life, the life of a king. To tell you honestly, if somebody has renounced the life of a king, he has seen the truth in reality. Please understand, an ordinary beggar becoming a Swami or renouncing the world, he has nothing to renounce. He has nothing to renounce. You can't even say he has renounced the world or he has achieved something. No. A king renouncing, that is the greatness. King achieving. One more thing, when a king achieves enlightenment, even his expression will be very sharp and to the core, to the point. He will speak to the point because basically he is brought up without fear. King is a guy who only creates fear in others. He doesn't have fear. He doesn't bother. He is not going to use the socially polite words. But a guy who was poor or a beggar or a person who lived in forest, even if he becomes enlightened, he will not talk the truth completely. He has to use the socially polite words. He can't tell the truth which goes against the vested interests of society or king. But when a king becomes enlightened, he doesn't bother. He says the truth in the best way. He presents the truth as it is. Here, the best expression is happening because Mahavira was king. See, one more thing, when you live a life with wealth and richness, you know all the secrets of human mind. Understand? Wealth gathers around you only when you know the secrets of human mind. How to handle human beings who are coming in front of you. Only a person who knows the basic secrets of human mind will acquire wealth, will become a leader. Only he can be a leader. Here Mahavira lived the life of a leader and expressing the truth of enlightenment. Very rare combination. Very rare combination. There are many different expressions by different masters. One, the person who was a beggar or who has never seen the world, just lived a life in forest and did meditation, became enlightened.
His enlightenment will be the same, but his expression will not be sharp because his constitution or his mind, his inner software is not created based on fearlessness. One more thing, even after enlightenment, when you settle into the body, when you want to teach, you use the same mental setup which you left. You may not have the greed and fear which that mental setup was having earlier before its enlightenment, but the setup will be the same. The software programming will be the same. Understand? This is an important revelation which you need to understand. Only then you will be able to appreciate the greatness of Mahavira's expression. If a beggar becomes enlightened, he may not have the fear or greed which he had before enlightenment, but the mental setup of living without possessing anything, or the mental setup of living by begging will be the same. So he has to use that mental setup only to teach, to relate with the world. Understand? The mental setup which you created after enlightenment also, you use the same mental setup. Only one difference, after enlightenment, if you want you can use, otherwise you can drop. You may have that freedom, but the mental setup, the software itself will be same. Here, Mahavira is having the best software to express enlightenment. The fearless leader software, through which he can see the depth and express it. The one thing what I expressed, that people who did not have anything, renounced the life, became enlightened. There are so many millions of examples I can give for this. Second, people who became enlightened but did not renounce after enlightenment. Example, Krishna, Janaka, all these great masters, they lived as kings, became enlightened, but they continued to live as kings. This is a second kind of a mental setup. One more thing, in this the difficulty is, they will express the truth with a clear software, with more clarity, better than the first group. Better than the first group, example is all rishis who lived in forest and became enlightened. They have never seen the world. So that is the first group. The second group, who lived as kings, became enlightened, but again continued to be as kings. Here the big problem is, their teachings is interpreted, experienced, understood by the people who have vested interests. Understand? When you are talking to your ministers, even if they don't understand, they have to listen. But Mahavir has no captive audience. Mahavir is not talking to captive audience. When Krishna is speaking to his ministers, when he is teaching to Arjuna, practically they are captive audience. Even if Arjuna doesn't want, he can't escape from Krishna. He has to listen because he is receiving some service from Krishna. When your boss makes some joke, you have to laugh. You can't do anything about it. You have to. Same way, when Janak is teaching, his whole court has to listen. They are captive audience. So, the person who is listening, whether he agrees or not, he has to listen. So, complete truth expression is not possible. It's not possible. I don't sit with my ashramites and take these spiritual classes. I give them only the instructions what to do. They ask me, what is this, Swamiji? You are not sitting and talking to us like this Shiva Sutras or Jain Sutras and all these sutras. I tell them, you guys are captive audiences. Whatever I talk, you have to listen, no other way. That way, truth can never be expressed.
Truth cannot be expressed to a person who is bound to listen. Truth can be expressed only to a person who has got the freedom to doubt and question. Who has got the freedom to doubt. See, you have a freedom. You can doubt me. And you have a freedom. You can put a question. You have a freedom to go out. Only to you, truth can be delivered. Truth can be delivered in its purest form only to a person who is not receiving anything else from a master. If you receive something else from me, apart from truth, you may be sitting here for that. You can't receive the truth. You are not qualified to receive the truth. Here, the whole thing, if you see, has come in a beautiful way. Mahavira is the ultimate category. Was king who became enlightened and renounced the kingdom. He is teaching sitting on the platform as Satya. Only one thing is holding him, Satya. He doesn't have the title. He doesn't have any other title like a king. No. He is heard by the people just because he is enlightened. See, after enlightenment, if you are sitting on the throne of a king, people may hear you because you are king. You don't know what for he is sitting. You don't know why he is listening. You can't say people are sitting just because you are enlightened. They may be sitting because you are a king. There may be some other reason for you to sit. In India, during all our rituals, means the homas, yajnas, yaga, we give free food. But I never give free food during meditation programs. Because people may be sitting for food. I will not know whether they are sitting there to listen meditation or enlightenment or for food. I tell them give free food during yaga, during rituals, not during meditation. It is a disrespect to meditation. I don't want that. There should not be anything else associated with the spiritual truth. No. If you associate anything else with the spiritual truth, the possibility is there. The truth will not be heard properly. It will not be received properly. Here, Mahavir is talking to people who are not bound to him in any way. Who are not bound to him in any way. Seekers. One more thing. Seekers are the most dangerous people. Because you can't bind them. You can't bind them. And there is nothing which can bind them. You can bind them only by love and gratitude. So you can't even use the word binding. It can't be even a bondage. You can keep them together only based on love and gratitude. Here he is talking to a community of seekers who are not receiving anything else from him but truth. They are not there for anything else except truth. And he is not carrying any title. He has renounced all the titles. So nobody is sitting in front of him because he has got some title. Because he is a king of some place or he is somebody. No. People are sitting in front of him just to listen to the truth. He is a pure being without any personality, without any title. See, the word persona comes from a Greek root. In those days, the drama actors, they will use masks. That mask only is called persona. Personality means the mask which you are using. Janak has got mask. He is a king. Ashtavakra has to listen to him. No other way. Or the Sugabrahma, sorry, not Ashtavakra. Ashtavakra actually taught Janaka. Sugabrahma came to listen from Janaka. Sukabrahma has to listen because Janaka is a king. Sukabrahma is a captive audience. He is captured. He has to. Whenever a king speaks, you can't tell anything. But here with Mahavir, there is no other relationship except the master and seeker. The purity of relationship is important to maintain the purity of the teaching, purity of the truth. And one more thing, Mahavir has no vested interest. He is not talking to his people to make them do something. No, there is no ulterior motive. There is no goal. Whatever is said and done, Krishna has got a motive to deliver Gita. All he needs is Arjuna has to fight now. So he has to talk. He has to express the truth in such a way that Arjuna will start fighting. There is an ulterior motive. And not only that, Krishna is running a community. He is running a kingdom. So naturally, his words has to be heard. So the purity of relationship is not there. One more thing, Arjuna was thinking himself as a friend. That's why in Gita he says, Krishna, forgive me. I thought you are my friend. Hey Krishna, hey Yadava, hey Shaketi. I called you as Yadava by your community name. I called you as my friend because he was thinking as a friend. So the purity of relationship is not there. You can't deliver a truth to your friend. You can deliver a truth only to a seeker. Here, the best mental setup, best software, and the greatest enlightenment, greatest experience of enlightenment, and right persons with the right attitude sitting in front of Mahavir. So the best truth is being delivered. True knowledge is coming out. He is giving us the scale. He is teaching us what is Satya and how to find out whether something is truth or not. One more thing, even Patanjali, the greatest scientist of the inner world, says Apta Pramana, the words of an enlightened beings can be accepted as a truth. So that can be considered as a scale. If an enlightened being says, you can take it for granted, it is truth. But Mahavir says no. He doesn't even want to say that anything told by an enlightened being is truth. No. Because who knows whether somebody is enlightened or not? God doesn't give certificate. What to do? We don't have a certificate. So Mahavir goes a step further. He is not accepting Apta Pramana. He is not accepting Vedas are the ultimate truth. No. Apta is not accepted in Buddhism and in Jainism. Both religions, Apta Pramana is not accepted. Apta Pramana means the words of the enlightened ones. No. They say everything should be scrutinized. There is no such thing as Apta Pramana. There is no such thing as words of the enlightened beings. No. Everything has to be scanned. Everything has to be analyzed. He is giving beautiful teachings to find out what is truth and which is true knowledge. One more thing, please understand, this true knowledge, this is like a touchstone. If you use the sutras and analyze all your decisions which runs your life, all your ideas which is base for your life, you will achieve Satya. Lord so says, if you are established in truth, you don't have to do any spiritual practice. If you understand this one sutra and redefine all your decisions, ideas, concepts about your life, you don't need to practice any spiritual discipline. You are enlightened this moment. All you need to do is redefine all your ideas. See, there are only few pillars on which your life is standing. Your life is established. Your desires, your idea about yourself, means positioning yourself. How you position yourself in the inner world. Understand, I am not talking about how you position yourself in the outer world. That all of you know it's not worthy. Not only that, it's a pure lies. All of you know whatever you may talk about yourself to others, but you don't believe that. You may make others to believe. You really don't believe. Just look inside. You can laugh at yourself. I always tell people, really, when you sit alone and start thinking what all you project as you, actually if you really believe what all you project as you, by now you would have become enlightened. Because Ramakrishna says, Man Muk Ek Karo, means the mind and the words, if you make it as one, you are enlightened. If you believe what you speak about you, you are enlightened. Actually, whatever you speak about you, start believing that in a strong way is also a spiritual practice. Whatever you are talking about you, I am this, I am that, you don't know me, all those things you start believing. But the difficulty is you won't believe, that's the problem. When you try to believe also, your mind will tell, you can talk all these things to others, not to me. If at all people come to me, many times I have seen, they come to me and they just wanted to throw their weight to impress me. And they come and tell me, you know, I am this, I am doing that, I do so many philanthropical activities, I do this, I do that, I have so much wealth and I give so much and all those things. At the end of the conversation, I ask them only one thing. Sir, do you really believe now whatever you said? They say, what? Yes, we do believe, that's why we are talking to you. I tell them, do this only one thing as a spiritual practice. Go back. Now whatever you told me, write it down. Again and again, help yourself to believe that. That's enough. Either you should tune your mind to your walk, or you should tune your walk to your mind. Either you should tune your words to your mind, or tune your mind to your words. Some one thing, all Ramakrishna says is, let your word and mind be tuned. You can do anything. Either talk only what you believe as you, or believe what you talk as you, what you talk about you. Then you won't have pus, you won't have cancer. The gap between the words and what you believe, that space is what I call cancer or depression. If you are carrying a depression in you, be very clear, you have that gap between your words and your being, between your words and what you believe. If you can remove that gap, you will not have the tumor which I call depression. See, any person who does not have depression is enlightened. If you are not enlightened, be very clear, you carry depression. The gap between your word and what you believe as you. The other day, one of our devotees was telling me, another one devotee who saw this latest movie, secret movie. He came and told him, I became enlightened from today. And the guy who was talking to him, he is a strong intellectual guy. He took him to task. Within 10 minutes, that fellow lost the enlightenment. He was trying to convince himself for years or months that he is enlightened. This fellow took away his enlightenment in 10 minutes. He is only telling others he is enlightened. He himself is not able to believe. Because anybody can come and talk to you and in 10 minutes you lose your enlightenment. Then what kind of enlightenment? Either you should have courage to really believe what you are talking, or talk only what you believe. See, one thing, important thing, this is an important truth which you should know. Sometime you may radiate enlightenment without even knowing the word enlightenment. I have seen in Himalayas, there was a great Mahatma, one Naga Baba. Naga Baba means doesn't wear clothes. I had the fortune to be at his feet for 6 months. I was blessed, fortunate enough to be at his feet. He will always be smoking ganja. What do you call? Marijuana. Huh? You may think that how can a person who is smoking ganja be enlightened? That's what I also thought. When I went to serve him, you see, traditionally you are supposed to serve elderly sadhus to achieve enlightenment. So before my enlightenment, I was serving. Wherever I see some elderly sadhu, I'll go and sit at his feet. I'll give them whatever food I can collect and give, beg and give, and wash their vessels, and whatever little help, small help I can do, I used to do. One thing I was surprised, I have never seen him eating, no food and no water, except ganja, nothing else. I was shocked. But such a pleasing person, I don't have any word. When you go and sit around him, you will feel so beautiful. And you will feel like sitting around him because he was so innocent. He is not even aware he is innocent. He is not even aware he is innocent. I have never seen him wearing any clothes. He is a Avaduta, Naga, no clothes. And he is not even bothered. He is not bothered about anything around the world. Anything which is happening around him in the world is just in a high state of samadhi. One day I asked him, Baba, you are such a great person, why are you smoking ganja? And don't you think it is an immoral thing? And people will start smoking, seeing you. And already they are doing. They want only some reference. They want only some reference. And especially a person with a reverence, if he becomes a reference, then you can do anything. I asked him. He said that beautiful word. Fool, you think that a big elephant can be tied inside a small hut? I can't live inside the body without any desire. So I have to just dull myself. Understand? When he said, I saw the authenticity. The other guy also, one more guy came and spoke to me. He said, Swamiji, I am also smoking to put me inside the body. I told him, do whatever that Naga Baba is doing, then do this also. He doesn't wear clothes, he doesn't eat, he doesn't drink. You also do all those things. Then do these things. Then you can justify. You can't just do whatever you want unless it becomes your experience. One important thing I saw in him, when he was telling that I had to dull myself, it was an authentic truth. His
mind and his words were in one line. Not only that, when you live around him, you realize he is established in Satya. He is established in truth, not for any vested interests. See, if somebody doesn't eat or smoke, if somebody doesn't eat or drink, they would have made a big business out of that power. But I have never seen him making big fuss about it. If people ask him, why you don't eat, Baba? He says, who will get up and go and cook and eat? Forget about it. He will not even show that it is a big power. You won't even see that ego, that he lives without food and water. No. When you are really established in truth, you will not be aware of your own powers. You will only radiate, but you will not know those words. I asked him, what is Atmajnana? He does not even know that word, but he is an Atmajnani. What to do? He is radiating Atmajnana. He is radiating enlightenment, but he doesn't know the word. And he said, I am fortunate I did not learn about Brahman. I achieved Brahmajnana because I did not learn those words. Same way Ramana Maharshi. When people ask him, what is the Brahmajnana, what is the Atmajnana? He said, I am fortunate I did not learn those words before my enlightenment. Because learning some words may postpone your enlightenment. Sometimes learning too many words will postpone your enlightenment. I always tell people, never read any book which is written by an unenlightened person. Don't read anything which is written by an unenlightened person. No. Because you may create words which will stop your enlightenment. You will create a negative software which is not supporting the enlightenment process. Enlightened person's words will create a positive software in you which is constantly inspiring you towards enlightenment. See, in the end, all enlightened masters will be pushing you towards sadhana, towards enlightenment. One of the Ramakrishna's disciples, his name is Brahmananda. He says, if you read Ramakrishna's words, there is a beautiful book called Kathamrita, Sri Ramakrishna Kathamrita, we call in English Gospel of Sri Ramakrishna. He says, if you read that book every day for 1 year, I assure you will have the darshan of the ultimate. You will experience enlightenment. You will be shocked. How can a person assure? How can a person say that enlightenment in 1 year, guaranteed? I tell you, when you read these master's words again and again, when you listen these great master's words again and again, you create a new software, you create a new mental setup, which reminds you the ultimate truth again and again, which inspires you towards that higher ideal again and again. Every day, you are again put on the track. You are again inspired to run. You are again given the enthusiasm to take up the journey. It's like a everyday inspiration, and it creates a new mental setup. It is true, when you read or listen to the master's words for 1 year, and 1 year is too much time. 1 year is enough to create a mental setup which will radiate enlightenment. It's like there is a light. In every one of you, that light is there. In front of the light, if there is a wall, that light can't shine. If there is a glass, that light can penetrate and it can shine. Putting glass instead of wall is reading enlightened beings' words. As of now, you have a big wall. In front of your light, the Swayam Prakasa Jyoti, the self-effulging light, which is inside your being,
You have put big wall. That wall is your mind. If you just put a glass instead of that wall, the glass means the mental setup which can allow that light to express itself. The mental setup which does not block or stop that light expressing itself. You will see that enlightenment is radiating through your senses. It is radiating through your being. See, I can't even say enlightenment needs to be achieved. No. Your senses are supposed to be purified so that that light can penetrate and express through it. That's all. All of you are having it. No doubt about it. All you need to do is purify your body and mind so that you can allow that to express through it. So that it can radiate. Nothing else needs to be done. The purifying mechanism or the alchemy process, you can't even call as mechanism, alchemy process is what I call flooding yourself with this truth, Satya. Vivekananda says, flood your whole being with the truth. Whatever can be washed away, let it be washed away. The earlier they are washed away, better for you and the people who are around you. See one thing, if you have a clear idea about what you believe as you and what you talk about you, what you express as you and what you believe as you will attract that same kind of people around you and you will live completely ease. See, one thing, there is no such thing as morality. If you have the wrong ideas about morality, only then you need to hide what you are and you need to project what you want, what people want you. You need to project yourself as society expects you to be. If you have the wrong ideas about morality, the only one thing you need to understand is just be what you are. This is the ultimate morality. If you lose some friends because of that, perfectly alright, nothing wrong. It is better to lose your friends than yourself. If you present yourself as your friends want you to be, you will lose you. You are more valuable than your friends. Understand? One more important thing. If you start talking about you which is not you, by and by you will get confused who are you. Now really. See, whatever you speak continuously, you start believing that as a truth. That's a big difficulty. Really, take this as a simple spiritual practice and try to do. Just 10 days again and again tell everybody that you are a honest person, you are a person with the truth, you are a person with the truth. Just continuously, even if they are not ready to listen, you talk. Just say, after 10 days you will start really believing it.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda.
Yes, welcome back. So that was wonderful revelations by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on true knowledge. And keeping to the same topic, let us now move into the internalization exercise. Let us have a look, first of all, what we've heard from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, from Swamiji himself in this session. So everybody, every master, every spiritual person claims that they are teaching, what they are teaching is true knowledge. But how do we find out what we are hearing is true knowledge? There should be a scale for satya, for truth. There should be a scale for this truth. What is truth? There should be a clear definition. There should be a clear scale with which we can find out whether it is truth or not. Mahavira is giving the touchstone definition of satya right here. Understand, this is an important revelation which you need to understand. So this is understanding Mahavira, embracing the truth. He was once a king. So he was once a king, and then he gave up all his kingly, whatever he had, everything that he had, and became an enlightened master. So he sought enlightenment. He gave up everything that he had, and he became an enlightened master. So this is an important revelation that you need to understand. Only then will you be able to appreciate the greatness of Mahavira's expression. So after enlightenment itself, after enlightenment, you use the same mental setup which you had before enlightenment. So if you reach enlightenment, when you reach enlightenment, whatever mental setup that you have before enlightenment, you keep the same mental setup which you had before enlightenment. There's only one difference, that after enlightenment, if you want, you can use it, you can use the mental setup. Otherwise, you can simply drop it. You have that freedom, but the mental setup, the software itself will be the same. Here, Mahavira has the best software to express enlightenment, the fearless leader software, through which he can see the depth of the truth and express it. So Mahavira is the ultimate category. He was a king who became enlightened and renounced his kingdom. He's teaching, sitting on the platform of Satya, of truth. Only one thing is holding him, and that is Satya. He doesn't have any other title. He no longer has the title of a king. All he has is Satya.
Yes. And Mahavira says, Nichala Panam Matenam Musevajya Vivachanam Bhashishya Vamiham Satcham Nicha Odayanda Karam. So, what it means is being continuously alert, one should renounce asatya, that is falsehood, and speak only truthful, honest words. Speaking such truth is difficult indeed. A true sage does not speak words which can hurt others. Similarly, any true person should not speak sinful words, even in anger, greed, fear, or ordinary talk with friends and relatives. Practice of satya means continuously being alert. Being continuously alert, one should renounce asatya and speak only truthful, honest words. If you compromise on honesty, then all the other vows are questionable. If you compromise on dishonesty, you are gone. You cannot be helped. Then you will allow all other possible negativity to happen in you. That basic honesty is the bedrock of all your integrity. You will be shocked. There is no word which is truth. You are habituated. Even small things you plan how to present to get maximum out of the situation. You do not tell what exactly happened. There is an automatic sensor system inside you. One more thing, you have a sensor system because you are afraid that you might tell whatever you are thinking, and you have to prepare and carry notes because you are not supposed to speak what you're thinking. You're supposed to speak only what you're supposed to speak. So we always edit, we always censor our words. We never speak the truth as it is. Understand that is why you carry the notes. You carrying notes means you are not supposed to speak what is going on. You're supposed to edit and present. If you edit and present, you will become tired because such a big process is happening inside you. First, words will come. You have to edit them and see the hints and connect with them, then speak. So naturally, 3 or 4 processes are happening inside. You will become tired in 1 or 2 hours, and the person who is hearing also will become tired. He says, that is Mahavira, speaking such truth is very difficult indeed. Your very inner consciousness has to be raised to a different level. Just speaking the truth is impossible by you unless you are constantly being alert. So, alertness, awareness is a key element in you having this, building this core integrity of speaking the truth. Maybe you can take this as a small exercise. Just try. Try with full alertness. Maybe you can have a small notebook as well. Whenever you miss, note down how many times you missed. Just try to see. Then you will understand what Mahavira means by the word being continuously aware, so that we don't miss any moment of speaking the truth. If you try just for a few minutes, let's say, only then you will understand the meaning of the word being continuously aware. Today, you need to carry only one message, only one line, being continuously aware. So let us sit for a few minutes and just be aware. Let's say from the past 24 hours, try to recollect the words or the statements that you have made, whatever you can remember at the top of your head. How many were spoken with awareness? How many were spoken as an expression of your truth instead of editing, instead of constantly thinking what the other person will think? So just sit for a few minutes and try to recollect. You can even pen down the key statements that you have made. And then against that, you can write whether they were truthful statements or you edited them, you spoke them because you were supposed to speak, and whether you are aware about it at that moment of time. So let us now enter into this very small exercise, and then we will continue in the next segment. Yes. So this brings us to the end of this in transition exercise. So let us now move into the next segment, which is going to be power manifestation. As you all know, today we are manifesting the power of body scanning. So let's do another round of the body scanning, which we did in the last one. We'll be scanning any discomfort or dis-ease that you have in your body. Or if you want, you can even invite a friend of yours and request them so that you can perform this power manifestation with them. Scan their body and see where all they have any discomforts, pain, or disease in their body. The moment you find that particular spot, automatically your third eye, when once you're scanning with the help of your third eye, you'll be automatically guided intuitively to that part of their body or your body if you're scanning your own body. Once you once you are aware of that spot, then simply allow Swamiji's energy to flow through you into that part of your body or your friend's body in order to heal that disease or that discomfort. So let us now get ready for this power manifestation. Yes. Let us sit straight. Inhale as deeply as possible, as slowly as possible, and exhale as deeply and as slowly as possible. Visualize Swamiji in your third eye. Invoke the space of oneness. Be in a deep state of restful awareness. Cognize your whole body is filled with Swamiji's energy, his consciousness. Each and every pore, each and every cell of your body is filled with his consciousness. Cognize your body has become Divya Sharira, the divine body. Now, start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Continue chanting this Mahavakya from your navel and now start scanning your body, or if you're doing for a friend, then start scanning your friend's body with the help of your third eye for that discomfort or disease that they may be having in any part of their. The moment you find that part, just relax and let Swamiji's energy flow through your third eye into that part of your body or your friend's body in order to heal them of that discomfort. Continue chanting the Mahavakya while you're doing this.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om
Yes. So you may all now relax. So let us hear from the participants, all of you who have participated in this power manifestation. What all was revealed to you in your third eye? You can share. Of course, if it's not too personal. So please share in the chat window your experience of this power manifestation round. Requesting all the participants to kindly turn on their cameras and let us know about your power manifestation experience. And if you also want to share on social media, you can go ahead and post your experience and share it with as many people as you can on your social media handles so that you can enrich them, Paramashivoham, and be channels for them to experience Paramashivoham in their own lives. Bringing them to Swamiji, making Swamiji happen in their life is the biggest enriching that you can do to them, which will enrich you as well in return. So meanwhile, as you are putting your messages, let us also get ready for the next segment, which is going to be a revelation by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the topic of the power of Satya, the power of truth, and how it is applicable in the area of management, how it can make you a great manager. So let us hear directly from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the core, the highest principle of Satya, of truth, how it is applicable in our day-to-day life. So let us now get ready to receive the powerful cognitions from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Let us sit with our head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Come to the space of listening as we are getting ready to receive the direct words from Bhagavan himself. Let us watch the video.
Whatever you start telling, you start believing, and what belief you had about you already, if that is same, then you fall in tune. This becomes a spiritual practice. But what you are believing is different, and what you are saying now, if it is different, then there is a conflict between you and you. Whether to create conflict between you and you or create easiness between you and you is in your hands. Constantly, if you say something, you start believing, and the difficulty is, if your unconscious is already believing something else, you have difficulty between, war starts between your conscious and unconscious. One more thing, person who is established in truth will not have dreams. All dreams is a fight between your conscious and unconscious mind. Whenever the frequency of your consciousness rises, you will come out of your dreams. Conscious mind is waiting to overcome the dream state, and the dream state is waiting to overcome the conscious state. Your life is nothing but the struggle between these two. The moment your conscious mind rests, dream state takes over. And the moment your dream state is exhausted with the material, your conscious mind takes over. Understand? It's like if the dream state is exhausted, if it doesn't have any more material, no fuel, then conscious state takes over. If the conscious state has no fuel, dream state takes over. If both of them has no fuel, then deep sleep state, the sushupti, comes up. Your whole life is a fight between these three. Whoever is strong, whoever has got more samskaras, they rule you, that's all. If you are suffering without deep sleep, without sleep, means you are conscious and unconscious, means that your Jakrat and Swapna has got too much of samskara. They are not ready to relax. They are not ready to give space for your sushupti. They say enough. No, we don't need sushupti. We have enough fuel. We have enough of desires. We have enough of anxiety. We have enough of fear to create again and again more and more scenes in front of us. One more thing you need to understand. What you see during the waking state, this auditorium, me sitting in front of you, your friends, the chair on which you are sitting, everything is created out of the same stuff in which dreams are created. Understand? Let me repeat once more. Whatever you are seeing now, this auditorium, the person who is sitting in front of you, and the person who is sitting next to you, and the chair on which you are sitting, everything is created out of the same stuff out of which your dreams are created. Now you have difficulties. Now you have a lot of difficulties. Array, for this only I am working from morning till night. No, maybe this auditorium is created out of the same stuff, but not my house and my car. No. Whatever you are seeing, whether in dream or in waking state, is created out of same stuff. Understand? I am just thinking what words to use to tell you the authenticity of this truth. Because this one understanding will put you on Satya, will just put you on Satya, the truth. One more thing, this one understanding will liberate you from all your anxiety and you will become the best manager. If you know you are creating your wealth, if you know you are projecting and seeing things around you, You can create miracles. You can make miracles happen around you. See, it's like any slide which is kept in front of a projector light becomes reality. So if you want to change the scenes in the screen, going and scratching the screen will not work. Or trying to fight with the lights will not work. Just do a small correction on the slide. It is done. Your life is just like that. Projector light is your consciousness, and the slide is your samskaras, and the screen is the life which you are living. Now you are fighting with the screen or the light beams. You are trying to push the light beam. No, move. But you don't understand, you can't even grasp it. Fighting with the screen is not going to work. A small story. One guy fully drunk came back to house late night and fell on the way, but he doesn't want to create any sound, so he came very politely, silently, entered the house, covered himself with the blanket, but suddenly he realized blood is there all over his face, ran to the bathroom, tried to put bandage, tried to dress himself, put some medicine and bandage and everything. So came back, somehow managed to sleep. Next day morning, wife started shouting at him, "Fool, did you drink and come last night?" He said, "Drinking? Why?" He started acting, he doesn't know anything, he's innocent. No. How do you know? I drank and came. No, I came a little late because there was too much work in the office. She said, "No, I can be sure you are drunk. You are drunk." He asked, how do you know? How can you be sure? Because you put the bandage on the mirror, not on your face. Seeing the mirror, he put all the bandage on the mirror. Understand, you working with the outer world is nothing but putting the bandage on the mirror. That is not going to heal you. That is no way going to help you. No. You may have an idea that you have put some bandage, you have put some medicine. You may try to sleep with the idea that you will be okay by tomorrow morning. No. Working with the beam, light beams is not going to help. Fighting with the screen is not going to help. Just do little small correction on the slide. And I tell you, doing small correction on the slide needs intelligence. That is where the problem starts. You do not have that much of sensitivity look into your life that you are creating it, you are projecting it, you are expressing it, because you never connected and verified all the outer world incidents and your inner world thoughts. You neither gave that much time to yourself nor had the intelligence to connect and see. Sitting, connecting and seeing how your thoughts are creating your world is what I call meditation. People come and tell me, "Swamiji, in meditation I am getting too many thoughts, what to do?" Please understand, meditation is not trying to create thoughtless state. It may happen in the end, but when you sit in the beginning, you will not have thoughtless state, and you are not asked to meditate immediately to get the thoughtless state. No. Whenever I ask people to meditate, first thing I expect them to have is thoughts which creates intelligence, thoughts which creates clarity, and the thoughts which gives life solutions. First, in the beginning, when you sit with yourself, you will have only these things inside you. You will not experience thoughtless state immediately. You will have pratyagara and dharana. Only then dhyan will happen. In the beginning when you sit, all your problems will come up and you will start having life solutions. All the thoughts about solving your problems, you will have that clarity. So I tell people, even if thoughts are not disappearing, don't stop sitting. Because first time when you sit with yourself, it's like appointment with yourself. All the things which needs to settled, all the things which needs clarification, all those things will be happening inside you. You will be falling in tune with Satya. You will be falling in tune with the truth itself. Here, Mahavir is giving beautiful sutras, beautiful teachings to measure some idea or some truth is Satya or not. Understand? He is not teaching you to speak truth. Because if you position yourself in Satya, if you are established in Satya, speaking truth will be an automatic thing. It will become a natural thing for you. If you are practicing just verbal Satya, please understand, that is not the ultimate Satya. If you are practicing only verbal Satya, any time you may escape from it. You may move away from it. Even the so-called Dharmaraja, who is considered to be a great Satyavan, means the Satya, established, great speaker of truth, has lied. A small story in Mahabharata, such a wonderful story. Mahabharata and Ramayana, the great epics of India, still world's longest poems. Mahabharata and Ramayana remains as world's longest poem still. Beautiful story in Mahabharata. To kill Dronacharya, you have to depress him mentally. Unless you depress him mentally, you can't reduce his power. If you put somebody in depression, they will have shoulder pain and they will not be able to handle their hands powerfully and they can be defeated. As long as Drona's hands are powerful, he can't be defeated because his power in handling the bow and arrow is so powerful. You need to put him in depression. Only then he can be conquered. Dronacharya is the teacher of Kauravas and Pandavas. Now, Krishna wants Drona to be put in depression. Otherwise, he can't be killed. He can't be conquered. He can't be conquered directly. Physically, his power is extraordinary because he is a teacher. Naturally, no student can cross a teacher. The only way to put Drona into depression is telling that his son has died because he is too attached with his son. That's the only samskara in him which can put him in depression. He is unclutched, detached from everything else. Putra soga can put him in depression. Means the suffering related to son can put him in depression. That's the only thing, only possibility. Now somebody has to tell Drona that his son Aswathama has died. And if normal people tell him this information, he may not believe. He may go to verify. He may not immediately believe. The only person everybody believes is Dharmaraja. This Dharma, Yudhishthira, is supposed to be a person who speaks only truth, nothing else. He is established in the verbal truth. He speaks only truth verbally. Everybody believes that. So Krishna wanted the Dharmaraja to tell Dronacharya that Ashwatthama has died. Now when Krishna requests Yudhishthira, Yudhishthira said, no, I can't tell a lie. It is absolutely against my life and my policy. Krishna says, all right, we will kill an elephant which is called Ashwatthama. You tell the elephant called Ashwatthama died. Elephant which name is Ashwatthama, which has got the name Ashwatthama, has died. And I will take care of everything else. Yudhishthira asked, how can that happen? If I tell the elephant which has got name Ashwatthama has died, how can Drona be put into depression? Krishna said, that you don't bother. When you say the word, the elephant which has got name, I'll blow my conch. I'll create some noise. And Dronacharya will not be able to hear that word. He will hear only the word, Ashwatthama died. The moment he hears that word from you, he will not go for verification. He will take it for granted and 100% he will believe and he will fall in depression. We will kill him. Yudhishthira agreed. He said, okay, because I am not telling lie. But he may not tell a lie verbally. Verbal truth he has not grasped, but he can't be called anymore as a Satyavan. The moment he told this word, Ashwatthama Ada Kunjanaha, the elephant which has got the name Ashwatthama has died. The word, the elephant which is called that time as planned, Krishna blew his son, Kanch, Shanka, and Drona was not able to hear those words. Ashwatthama, the elephant called those words, Drona was not able to hear. And Drona heard only these two words, Ashwatthama died. And as they planned, Drona literally believed and fell into depression and immediately lost the power of the shoulder power. You can see even in your life, if you are too much stressed, believed to always float his chariot. Even if he gets into the chariot will float. The moment he said, Ashwatthama, the elephant called Ashwatthama died, and Drona fell into depression, and Drona was killed. The story says, the Dharmaraja's chariot fell on the ground. He lost the title is Dharmaraja. Dharma Devi, who was holding him, has dropped him. Then Dharma says, how can you drop me? How can you leave me and go away? I did not tell a lie. Dharma Devi says, no. You might be established in verbal satya, but you are not established in the truth itself. By knowing you did something which is against the truth. You know, see, you may tell Satya, but you should ensure the person also understands as Satya. You can't tell some word which will not give the same meaning, or like this cunning techniques. Even if you do that, you are not Dharmaraja anymore. And the story says, from that day, Dharmaraja's chariot was on the ground. He walked on the ground. See, it's actually, when you are really established in Dharma, you live so gracefully, you float. When the story says he did not walk on the ground, I don't think he was flying. It's a metaphysical explanation that he was never touched by these worldly things. He lived in a different space where he did not have all the problems. See, now you do not have the problems which the Indian people are facing in India. There are so many things Indians are facing. Your problems are totally different. It's not that you don't have a problem, your problems are different. Their problems are different. Same way, Dharmaraja was never touched by problems of this earth. He had problems only different level. That is what they mean by the word he was always floating. He lived gracefully till he did this act. Understand? Truth does not mean just speaking truth by words. Establishing yourself on truth. Satya Pratishta. Patanjali says, if you are established in truth, you achieve the results of the action without doing the action for yourself and for others. It looks like a too big promise. Too big promise. Too good to be true. Let us analyze how it is possible with the words of Mahavira. Then we will understand what Patanjali promises is true. Not just too good to be true. Mahavir says, Nichakala Panametam Musavaya Vivajjanam Vasiyavam Hiyam Satcham Nicha Uttena Dukkaram Nichakala Panam Mattenam Musavaya Vivajjanam Pasis Yavam Hiyam Satcham Nicha A Uttena Dukkaram. Let me give you the translation. Being continuously alert, one should renounce asatya and speak only truthful, honest words. Speaking such truth is very difficult indeed. A true sage does not speak words which can hurt others. Similarly, any true person should not speak sinful words, even in anger, greed, fear, or ordinary talk with friends and relatives. And he further explains on Satya with the next sutras. In the next sutras, he gives a scale of how to judge whether something is truth or not. I think we are running short of time. Maybe tomorrow we will enter into the sutras in which he is saying how to measure, how to find something is truth or not. Today we will understand only this sutra. On Satya he has got so many sutras. Means like a next sutras are called Moksha and Brahmacharya, so many other sutras. It's like I have selected what I feel as important sutras. Of course, every word from Mahavira is important, but we don't have time to understand everything. So I have selected a few sutras from Mahavira and talking on those sutras. There are beautiful sutras. We will see them further. Today we will just see these few sutras. Being continuously alert, one should renounce asatya. Understand? Being continuously alert means establishing yourself on satya. Establishing yourself on satya. Being aware. One more thing. If you decide just to speak the truth verbally, you may do the mistake of Dharmaraja, Yudhishthira. You may do that mistake. If you are established on Satya, you will never do that kind of a mistake. See, if you analyze this Dharmaraja's incident, that itself shows there was a hidden greed for kingdom. That is why he has to compromise. Gandhiji, Mahatma Gandhi says beautifully, as long as I did not start practicing spirituality, my satya, my truthfulness was not perfect. I was not able to achieve perfection in my truthfulness till I started practicing spirituality. So many people come and tell me, Swamiji, I am not a spiritual guy, I don't believe in spirituality, but I live an honest life, moral life, I do good things for others, I speak truth and live a good life. Is not enough? I tell them no. Because what you are saying is a lie. If you do not have a spiritual base, spiritual seeking, you will never be moral. Be very clear. You may think you are moral. You may think you are living a good life. No. You will not even be able to scan and find out whether you are playing cunning games or not with others. Unless you are that intense. Here, that's what Mahavir says, being constantly alert. When Gandhiji says, till I started my spiritual practices, I never realized I am not perfect in my practice of Satya. Only after practicing spirituality, after my spiritual sadhanas, I am able to perfect myself in the practice of Satya also. Practice of Satya needs continuously being alert. Nichakala pamathenam. It's a beautiful word because it's not Sanskrit. I'll tell the English translation. Being continuously alert, one should renounce asatya and speak only truthful, honest words. Understand? Not just truthful, honest. Dharmaraja was truthful but not honest. He is truthful but not honest. He said truth but he was not honest. That is why his chariot fell on the ground. He was dropped on the ground. Truthful, honest words. Honesty means you should be established on dharma. You should be established on truth. You should not have cancer inside your being. Cancer inside your being means depression. Depression is the cancer inside your being. See, at least cancer will take away only one life, but the depression will swallow your janmas after janmas. Cancer will not come to your next life. The moment this body is dropped, the disease also will disappear. But the depression is not like that. It will come with you forever. I always tell people, even if you die out of cancer, don't die out of depression. Depression is the worst thing. If you don't attend anything else, don't bother, it's okay. But do not allow depression in you. Anything can be sacrificed, but not your bliss. Not your bliss. Not your joy. If you are depressed, first thing, even if you lose everything, okay. But correct yourself. Flood yourself with the truth and remove the depression from you. Do not compromise this one line. Do not compromise in this one step. If you compromise with anything, it's okay. I always tell people, even my ashramites, that if you compromise on your other vows, it's okay. Sometimes you may miss the ahimsa, it's okay. Sometimes you may miss even the celibacy, even that is okay. Of course, I am not telling you to go and do whatever you want. Even that is even if you compromise in that one or two things, or you miss, it's not that big sin. You can come back. But if you compromise on this one thing, Satya, you can't be helped at all. You can't be helped at all. If you compromise on honesty, then all other vows are questionable. If you compromise on other vows, the honesty is, you can't think that he is completely gone. But if you compromise on this honesty, you are gone, you can't be helped. Then you will allow all other possible negativity to happen in you. I always tell people, to be around me, the only one thing is necessary. All our ashramites, I tell them, only one thing is necessary. Honest relationship between you and me. Whatever you feel, if you are able to open up, nothing else is necessary. Master's energy is such, it will straight away penetrate you and heal you. I always tell people, if you can go and talk to that God or Goddess Murti, if you can go and sit in front of Mahavir and completely open up, understand? When I say open up, really feeling and saying, telling him, this is what I am, I promise you will be healed. Ramakrishna says, there was a devotee called Girish Chandra Ghosh. He was a father of Calcutta, the Bengali drama. He used to go to Ramakrishna and he used to live a different kind of a life. Wine and women and whatnot. And once Ramakrishna tells him, go to Ganga and tell her all your life, whatever you did. And just have a honest relationship with Ganga Mother, the Mother Ganga, River Ganga. You will become enlightened. Everything will be washed away. You will become a Mahatma. Girish was not able to understand, what is this? Me going and just talking to a river? How he thinks that I will become enlightened, I will become Mahatma, all my sins will be washed away. But Ramakrishna says, go and do. Girish says beautifully in his reminiscences, I went and told everything to Ganga. Suddenly I felt, now I am not able to see her anymore if I am not able to correct myself. So whenever I cross Ganga, I started feeling that shine, that guilt. Now I know somebody is watching. And after a few days, whenever I started drinking water, Ganga water, I felt the same thing. Somehow, I don't know how it happened. Simply the purity has happened in me. Now I know I can face Ganga honestly. Understand? If you really open up, even with your teddy bear, that's okay. Even with your teddy bear, nothing wrong. But you should have honesty to open up. You should have honesty to open up at least with something. If you open up in front of a milestone, or in front of a brick, in front of a stone, anything okay. In India, all milestones are gods. See, in those days, the milestones used to be painted with a yellow and red. People have started worshipping it. That's why now they change the color. No, really. In India, anything you get, they will start worshipping. And that is true. You see, the culture which has dedicated itself for worship. Opening up and feeling connected. If you feel connected even with your teddy bear, there is a possibility. At least with somebody, you are honest. You are straight. When you feel connected to the great masters like Mahavira, when you sit in front of their murtis and feel connected and open up and maintain the honesty with them, suddenly you will see they are working on you. Their presence is working on you. Allowing the masters to work on you is the best way for enlightenment. Here, Mahavir is saying, honest, being honest and speaking only the truth. And he is again telling, speaking such truth is very difficult indeed. It really needs intense awareness. You need to be alert. You need to be aware. One more thing, unless you raise your very frequency in which you are staying, unless you raise the very consciousness in which you are staying, you can't be truthful. You can't be truthful. Because if you are living in the same mood, you will forget even many times that you are telling a lie. Only after telling a lie you will realize you are telling a lie, because you are habituated to tell lies. Even a simple thing for no reason, the moment you open your mouth, nothing but lies will come. Just try to record. One day whatever you speak, tell somebody else to record without your awareness. And next day sit and edit and tick and see how many lies you told. You will be shocked. There is no word which is truth. There is no word for no reason. You are habituated. Even small things you plan how to present to get maximum out of this situation. You do not tell what exactly happened. No. There is an automatic sensor system inside you. People ask me, the other day one professor asked me, university professor, Swamiji, every day you are talking hours together somewhere or other in the world. If you see the website, there won't be a single day gap. Somewhere or other, I am constantly talking. And he asked me, I don't see you use any hints. Here only sutra is there, no hints actually. Only the sutra and translation is there. He told me, Swamiji, I have to speak 1 hour means I need to prepare 3 hours. The same subject I am teaching for years, but every time I have to prepare 3 hours. And I know for sure you don't have time to prepare. Every day you are speaking. How you are speaking, Swamiji? And he told me another one thing. The moment I finish my lecture, 2 things happens to me. One, tired. Second thing, repenting that I forgot this point. I should have presented in that way. Guilt. Tiredness and guilt is always the result after my lecture. And not only for him, it is for all speakers. Any public speaker, in the end, he will repent. I should have done this, I should have done that. And he will be tired. Not only the speaker, audience also. Usually. And he asked me, how you are speaking for hours together, Swamiji? Only one truth, I don't have a sensor system inside. There is no automatic sensor system. That is why I don't feel tired. One more thing, you have a sensor system because you are afraid that you may tell whatever you are thinking. And you have to prepare notes and prepare and carry notes because you are not supposed to speak what you are thinking. You are supposed to speak only what you are supposed to speak. Understand? That is why you carry notes. You are carrying notes means you are not supposed to speak what is going on here. You are supposed to edit and present. If you edit and present, you will become tired. Because such a big process happening inside you, first words will come, you have to edit them and see the hints and connect with them, then speak. So naturally, 3-4 process is happening inside. You will become tired in 1 or 2 hours. And the person who is hearing also will become tired. But in my case, I don't have editing system. I just speak. Because what I am speaking has become part of me. It is become part of my blood. It has become part of my
inner software. It has become part of my system. That is the reason I can continue. Not only I don't become tired, people who listen, they also don't become tired. They suddenly realize, oh God, so many hours passed. What happened? When you speak without editing, the power of Ojas expresses through you. Vivekananda says, when I speak, I don't have inner chattering. Because of that state, when you hear, you also will not have inner chattering. If I am speaking without editing, without two activities, you will also listen without two activities. The intense tuning will happen when you sit with an enlightened being. If you become honest in the being, you don't need to prepare. You don't need to use notes. You don't need to edit. He says, speaking such truth is very difficult indeed, because your very inner conscious has to be raised to a different level. Just speaking truth is impossible by you unless you are constantly being alert, as he starts being continuously alert. Maybe you can take this as a small homework. Just try. Till tomorrow evening you come back. Till you come back. Try with alertness. Maybe you can have a small notebook. Whenever you miss, note down. Now just one line. How many times you missed? You don't have to show it to me. I'm not going to see. I'm not interested in somebody else's sin. I am not asking you to confess. Confession is a cunning method enjoying others' sins. I tell you, it has got two purposes. One, to keep you under the fold. You can't escape and go away, because he knows all your sins. Second thing, it's a nice, enjoying the celebrity's lifestyle. Why do you think that so much of that tabloid journals are selling? All these defamer, all these people are so interested in somebody else's sex life, somebody else's lifestyle. Why do you think? Because it's a sort of a juicy thing. Whatever you can't do, they are doing it. And it's a sort of enjoyment. When somebody else does all these things, you just enjoy even listening and enjoying is a sort of enjoyment. This confession gives a sort of a subtle joy to people. That is why that system is created. Exploiting. I am not interested in your sins. I am not going to forgive you. I am not sitting here to forgive. No. And no Eastern tradition is interested in listening to your sins. All they ask is, you be aware of it. That's enough. There is no need for somebody else to be aware. You just be aware of, just try to mark. Until tomorrow evening, just try to see. Then you will understand what I mean by the word, what Mahavir means by the word, being continuously aware. If you try just for 24 hours, only then you will understand the meaning of the word being continuously aware. Today, you need to carry only one message, only one line, being continuously aware. Please try to experiment with this one idea. Till tomorrow evening, be continuously aware and see how many times you are failing. That's enough. You will learn what Mahavir wants you to learn. You will learn what you need to learn. That is more than enough. Instead of carrying 1000 ideas on your head and not practicing, experimenting with anything, just carry this one idea and experiment with it. You will see
The transformation simply happens in your very being. Let you experience this truth, achieve and radiate eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, Nithyananda. And remember the power of truth. Every time you decide to align yourself to the truth, either in the form of completing with the words that you have uttered in the past and completing with all the false statements on the lies that you have made. Swamiji beautifully explained how when we align ourselves to the truth, our reality changes and we are able to radiate the space of victory, the space of leadership consciousness, which is the whole theme of today. Now, maybe you can take a note for later to spend some time writing down one by one all the wrong statements and all the lies that you have uttered. Because when you do that, what happens is every word that you use has an impact on your vak, which is the intra organ which is present within your Vishuddhi chakra. Now, when you have uttered false statements and lies, that chakra, the energy of that chakra is wasted, it is lost, it is no more, no more empowered. And you can take a note of that to do the completion, to write down all of these statements so that you will see a beautiful healing happening inside you and beautiful empowerment also. So now with this, we'll be entering into a Kriya, another guided technique by Swamiji, which is to heal the effects of anger. And you see, now throughout today's sessions, we are understanding how we can build that inner space of victory within us. And Swamiji clearly explains how whenever we get angry, we lose ourselves, we lose control, we distance ourselves from our core. Anger creates violence, agitation, restlessness inside us, due to which we manifest unwanted situations, let's say, to keep it simple. So with this Kriya, we will be able to heal all of the effects of anger. In fact, Swamiji was even referring to a scientific study that shows that anger can remove up to 60% of your brain capacity. So all the moments in the past when you got angry, these have left these imprints on your brain. And this Kriya can help you to retrieve all of these. So we encourage all the participants to take part in this Kriya. And of course, we'll be guided by Swamiji once again, who will be taking us through all the steps. So prepare yourselves and be ready. We'll be now entering into the Kriya.
Today's Kriya, cure for anger. This is again given to Durvasa by Shiva. First, Ekapadasana, the first step. Let me give you the instruction. This is from Yogasanam verse 5. Stand up, balance yourself and place the right foot on the left thigh. You can stand near the wall or holding a chair or do anything. Touch the knees with respective hands. Right knee with right hand and left knee with the left hand. Try to. So in this posture, now you are going to do all the kriyas. That's why I am saying, if you want, go near the wall or catch a chair. Anything is okay. Because only this posture creates certain nervous alignment, electric nervous circuit, the energy circuit in you, which can awaken the energy to break the pattern of the anger in you. Now you will be so angry with yourself, you will not angry on anybody else. "30 seconds in this posture. You can stand near the wall or holding a chair or do anything. "30 seconds in this posture. In this posture, do the Uddiyana Bandha. Uddiyana Bandha means contract the bowels above and below the navel so that the abdominal organs touch the back. Do the Uddiyana Bandha 21 times. You can hold your hips. You can actually lean on the wall also, no problem. You can actually balance yourself on the wall, nothing wrong. But only in this posture that energy circuit happens. Do the Uddiyana Bandha 21 times. Uddiyana Bandha means contract the bowels above and below the navel so that the abdominal organs touch the back. You can hold your hips. You can actually lean on the wall also, no problem. You can actually balance yourself on the wall, nothing wrong. But only in this posture that energy circuit happens. Do the Uddiyana Bandha 21 times. You can hold your hips. You can actually lean on the wall also, no problem. You can actually balance yourself on the wall, nothing wrong. But only in this posture that energy circuit happens. Do the Uddiyana Bandha 21 times. Next step, Jalandhara Bandha. Now you can change the legs if you want. After changing the legs, Jalandhara Bandha, put your chin on the chest. Hold the breath as long as you can, judiciously. Do this 21 times. Put your chin on the chest. Hold the breath as long as you can, judiciously. Hold the breath as long as you can, judiciously. Do this 21 times. Hold the breath as long as you can, judiciously. Do this 21 times. Next, Bastrika, 21 times. Bastrika, let me give the instruction. Inhale like the bellows of the ironsmith and fill your stomach and blow the air out through both nostrils quickly with bellowing sound. Do this 21 times. Inhale like the bellows of the ironsmith and fill your stomach and blow the air out through both nostrils quickly with bellowing sound. Like the bellows of the ironsmith and fill your stomach and blow the air out through both nostrils quickly with bellowing sound. Do this 21 times. Do this 21 times. Inhale like the bellows of the ironsmith and fill your stomach and blow the air out through both nostrils quickly with bellowing sound. Do this 21 times. Next step, Shitkari Pranayama. Shitkari means press the lower teeth and upper teeth and open the lips comfortably. Suck the air through the gaps in between the teeth. Be aware of the sound produced. After inhaling, close the mouth and exhale through the nose. Start. Do this 21 times. Press the lower teeth and upper teeth and open the lips comfortably. Suck the air through the gaps in between the teeth. Be aware of the sound produced. After inhaling, close the mouth and exhale through the nose. Press the lower teeth and upper teeth and open the lips comfortably. Suck the air through the gaps in between the teeth. Be aware of the sound produced. After inhaling, close the mouth and exhale through the nose. Press the lower teeth and upper teeth and open the lips comfortably. Suck the air through the gaps in between the teeth. Be aware of the sound produced. After inhaling, close the mouth and exhale through the nose. Press the lower teeth and upper teeth and open the lips comfortably. Suck the air through the gaps in between the teeth. Be aware of the sound produced. After inhaling, close the mouth and exhale through the nose. Do this 21 times. Do this 21 times. Next, Shitali Pranayama. Shitali means protrude your tongue as much as possible. Roll the sides of the tongue like a tube. Now inhale through the tube formed by the tongue. And for a moment hold the breath. Exhale through both nostrils. Do this 21 times. Protrude your tongue as much as possible. Roll the sides of the tongue like a tube. Now inhale through the tube formed by the tongue. And For a moment, hold the breath. Exhale through both nostrils. Do this 21 times. Now inhale through the tube formed by the tongue, and for a moment hold the breath. Exhale through both nostrils. Do this 21 times. Now inhale through the tube formed by the tongue, and for a moment hold the breath. Exhale through both nostrils. Do this 21 times. Protrude your tongue as much as possible. Roll the sides of the tongue like a tube. Now inhale through the tube formed by the tongue, and for a moment hold the breath. Exhale through both nostrils. Do this 21 times. Now inhale through the tube formed by the tongue, and for a moment hold the breath. Exhale through both nostrils. Do this 21 times. Now inhale through the tube formed by the tongue, and for a moment hold the breath. Exhale through both nostrils. Do this 21 times. let you all go beyond the pattern of the anger. Let you all achieve, experience, live, express, radiate, and share the eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you.
Yes, another powerful satsang where Swamiji shares where Swamiji shared about the powerful kriya of going beyond anger. As we heard that anger is a very powerful emotion that we have, but when we use it externally to get agitated, to get violent, to get irritated, or to get powerless about anything, at that time we spoil our bodies, we destroy our inner space. And when we use that same energy of anger to rather be more creative, to become more ferocious with ourselves and become intense, that will make a complete difference. And when you start doing this kriya, which Swamiji has given, you will be able to be more aware when that anger starts happening inside of you. You will be more conscious and you will be able to direct that anger energy, not to get angry at someone and shout at them externally, wasting that powerful, intense energy inside of you. Rather, put it inside you and start being more ferocious, start being more intense with your work and with your life. So with that, we'll now be moving into the next satsang, next session, where Swamiji is going to be talking about the senses, going beyond the senses. So in this session, Swamiji teaches us about the power of discrimination, where we go beyond our senses, and all of us do experience this pull by our senses in our life. For example, whether it's just when you're driving by in the road, you would see a shop, and it would be maybe a McDonald's or a KFC, and then suddenly you would just think, maybe I should just stop by and go have an ice cream. Do you really need an ice cream at that point? No. It is just that senses inside of you that is driving you to go and do that particular action. It is not a real need that your body wants. It is not that you're hungry. It is not that you are very hot. It is just a push from your senses. And when we start discriminating between what our senses are asking us to do and between what we actually really need, we will see that we take control of our life. And you will see that even in your day-to-day life, you will become more grounded in whatever you're doing. You will become more grounded in every single aspect of your life. For example, whether you're doing your work, you will become more intense because you will know that your shoulder pain is just your body trying to take a break just to be lazy. It is not an actual need. It is not an actual pain that your body is experiencing. So when you be ferocious and break that time you will see that pain disappears and you become more intense in your work. So like this in every single aspect of our life, when we start putting these powerful cognitions in, that time we will see we become much more productive in our life and we are able to manifest our reality. So let us now be in the space of listening to imbibe these powerful cognitions directly from Swamiji and get a much, much more deeper insight into this.
Today, power of discrimination. Viveka. First, I'll read the sutras, then we'll enter into the subject. Satte ruve yam gante
Yarrase pase dahevaya panchavihe kamagune nichaso parivajjaye kamanugiddhi bhavam dudukkam savvasalokasa sade vakkasa jekayam manasiyancha kinji tassantakam gacchayi viyarago devadanava gandhava jakarakka sakinnaram bambayari namasandhi dukkaram jekarentitam esadamme duveniche sasaye jinadesiye siddha signandi chanena sinjissandi tahavare. It's a long, beautiful sutra. I'll read the whole translation, then enter into those ideas, those truths. A sage should go beyond five senses of touch, smell, sight, taste, and hearing. Understand? He is not saying you should control it or suppress it. No. You are expected only to go beyond. In all the worlds, including the celestial regions, the attachment to the sense pleasures is the root cause of physical as well as mental suffering. A seeker who goes beyond these five senses goes beyond mental as well as physical sufferings. A person who follows such a strict brahmacharya goes beyond mental and physical sufferings. All beings, including the Devas, Gandharvas, Rakshas, Danav, Yaksha, salute such a being. Such brahmacharya is eternal and ultimate and never ending. By this, several have become siddhas in the past, are becoming siddhas now, and continue to become siddhas in the future. Beautiful. These great truths should not be analyzed intellectually before you start practicing. That is the main thing. If you analyze these words intellectually before starting the practice, you will think, what is going on? What Mahavir is telling? He is telling us to become Swamis. He is telling us to give up the life. And you will naturally give up Mahavira, not life. Understand, only when you try to put these few words in practice, you will realize he is not telling you to give up life. He is telling you to give up the negativities or blockages which you carry in the life. Here he says, go beyond five senses. He is not telling, suppress your five senses. No. Other day, we were having conversation. Somebody asked me, Swamiji, you don't feel your body? I said, no. Who said? I don't feel I am body. I feel I am body also. There is a big difference saying that I am not body, I am not mind. People who try to say that I am not body, I am not mind, no. Be very clear. You can constantly repeat and try to believe, but you will never have that as experience. You can imitate any body language, anything of Mahavira, you will only grow. There is no such thing that you will come down or you will fall down. Saying or thinking constantly I am not the body is not the right technique, a right method. Actually, when you have experience, you will go beyond body. You will not have idea, I am not the body. What life and intensity and energy you feel inside your body, inside your skin. See, now all of you feel life, that you are living inside your skin. The same thing you will feel with the whole cosmos, with the whole existence. That is what I call going beyond the body, going beyond the senses. Understand this simple one or two techniques that may give you the real liberation. Freedom from the known. Whatever you know or whatever you think as boundaries for your senses is the only difficulty. That's the real problem. The ideas which you are already carrying about your what you can and what you can't is the main problem. As on now, you have a program. If I do all these things, by then my senses should become tired or should have excitement. You have a program. If I eat all these things, I will feel excited in my senses. Or if I do all these things, I will become tired. These boundaries which you are carrying for yourself is the most dangerous thing. You do not allow the natural thing to happen through you. You do not allow the automatic updating system. See, your senses are so powerful. It can update itself if you allow its intelligence to express itself. Patanjali says beautifully, with more and more experience, your senses are supposed to become more and more sharper and stronger. But as age grows, you only become more and more weak and dull. Why? Because you hypnotize yourself. See, the more you enjoy, you always think that you not only you think, you expect that your senses will become dull. You are hypnotized. You are taught again and again. There is every possibility your senses will become more and more dull. The more you use them, more they will become dull. One important thing you don't understand, very important truth. Living inside the senses, even when they are not directly used for enjoyment, is the main reason for dulling the senses. Understand? It's a very important secret. You may even think this is an important secret. Living inside your senses, even while they are not being used for pleasure or joy, is the main reason why you make your senses dull and dead. Let me give you the example, then you will be able to relate with the idea of what I am saying. Many times, if you are conditioned for some religion or society or country, the opposite, the enemy, if he is killed, directly you are not contributing to it and you can't contribute. Directly you have no relationship, just cherishing, just enjoying. Same way lust you will understand very clearly. Enjoying the fantasies with persons who you can never connect with them in physical level, in personal level, and you can't even imagine about seeing them, but enjoying those fantasies. The fantasies which are not directly related to your life, which are not going to enrich your life, which are not going to add anything to your life. This is what I call living inside the senses, even while you are not deriving directly pleasure from it. Understand, it is a very important thing how we waste our life, how we waste our energy. Living inside the senses while you are really deriving excitement or pleasure, you do not lose energy because your senses are created to sense or to experience. Whenever you are seeing something which gives you pleasure, means when your eyes, it is not even eyes which is seeing, through eyes you are seeing. The chakshu, that is what we call. Chakshu is the energy which sees through eyes. Whenever the chakshu comes in contact with a beautiful scene and derives pleasure in this 2 point, it does not makes your senses dull. But your eyes are closed, you are not directly seeing those scenes, but those scenes are going inside your eyes. Means those fantasies, the fantasy about the place is there in front of your eyes. For example, whenever you see a beach or a hill or a snow mountain in TV, you always have a fantasy that you should be there. You should see those scenes and enjoy. But the big difficulty is when you go there, you don't have the joy. Actually, when you go there, when you are on the spot, you are only thinking when to get out of that place and what to do next. The real reason is why you want to go there. Deep down, every person has got a thirst just to disappear somewhere where you will not be recognized, where you don't have to hold your identity to protect you, where you don't need your identity for survival. So whenever you see a distant place where you are clear that nobody knows you, you always want to go there. But after going there, you try to establish the same old nonsensical identity to everybody. Whoever is staying there, you will tell, hey, do you know who am I? Do you know who am I? Do you know who am I? In 2 days, the whole world knows. And again, you want to escape from that place. Because now again, you have to keep your identity to protect you. Understand? You want to go there. Actually, the main reason is so that nobody will recognize you. You will be away from your identity. But after going there, you try to establish your identity and create more suffering and try to escape from that place also. Anyhow, understand this one important truth. When actually the pleasure is happening through your senses, when actually you are deriving the pleasure through the senses, it's like an object and your energy and the sense. Sense means the eye or the nose or the tongue or ear or the touch. These are called senses. Your consciousness, when it touches all the 5 senses, it takes different name. When it touches your eye, it is called chakshu. When it touches your ears, it is called grana. When it touches your tongue, it is called tvak. It takes different name. And there is an object. Actually, when these 3 are meeting, pleasure happens in you. Exact moments in which the pleasure itself is happening, your senses do not become dull or tired. But when you try to fantasize and keep yourself in that same excitement, that is the moment your senses become dull. Understand, this secret will help you how to go beyond the senses without missing the pleasures. Let me be very honest. People come and tell me, in this young age you became Swami, they feel very sympathetic. But I tell you honestly, I feel sympathetic towards you. Arey, this guy is still suffering with the body, still caught in the world, and do not know the intense pleasure or bliss which you achieve when you don't live inside the senses, when you don't receive the pleasure. Understand? In your case, you may receive the pleasure through the eyes few minutes per day. Few minutes in your day, you may see some good scenes which you really enjoy, which you want to see again and again, but you spend whole day sitting inside your eyes. What I mean by the word sitting inside your eyes and spending whole day is, you can see, even while you are not enjoying the pleasure or beautiful things through your eyes, lot of things will be crashing inside your eyes. When your eyes are closed, you can see constantly the scenes which you want to see or which you saw will be crashing unnecessarily. That is what tires your senses. That is why, let me give you one more important secret. This is also from Patanjali. Person who is filled with fantasy will not be able to enjoy the reality. Person who is constantly fantasizing even about sex will not be able to really enjoy the moment if it happens in physical level. When in physical reality, when the other person is there, he will not be able to enjoy. Same way, the person who is constantly fantasizing about food will only fill himself. He will never feel fulfilled. You see, filling yourself is totally different from feeling fulfilled. A person who feels fulfilled will never fill himself. The monks in Jaina tradition or the Vedic tradition are not supposed to accept food specially cooked for them. They are supposed to cook and eat. The reason, you will feel a little tired and eat only once or twice a day. And if it is ready-made, directly available, hot, and everywhere, you will think, why not one more? And the size they serve, God, I can't imagine. And they tell that this is a medium size. Understand, you are not enjoying food. That is the truth. See, muscles are the place where you store the memory. Understand? You can't think by forgetting your body. Try to imagine, try to visualize your body is burnt, you don't have a body. And try to think, you will not be able to think even one thought. To burn the samskaras, there is a beautiful technique. In Jainism and Buddhism, both religions uses the technique. Sitting and visualizing as if your body is burnt. You don't have a body. You may think how that can remove the samskaras or engrams. Because your muscles are the place where you store your memories. From where you retrieve the memories. Now, understand these few things, then you will be able to correlate and see. You start storing many memories inside your senses even while you are not using them, while you are not deriving pleasure from them. For example, your memories about food, even while you are not eating, is getting stored inside your senses, and when really food comes in front of you, you think you should finish at least this much and try to grab, try to fill with the idea you will have more pleasure if you eat more. Understand? Only while you are thinking you will have more pleasure if you think more. but not in living. In fantasies, if you fantasize more time, you will have that excitement. But in reality, it is not true. It is not based on quantity, it is based on the quality. In fantasy, it is based on quantity. In reality, it is based on quality. In fantasy, your pleasure about eating or sex or listening, you always think, oh, I receive pleasure by listening to one song 5 minutes. If I listen for 3 hours, then I have 3 hours pleasure. No. 5 minutes you are receiving pleasure because those 5 minutes you are intense. Try to do that same thing for 3 hours. What happens? But in fantasy, you always calculate based on your logic. In fantasy, you are not in reality. You conveniently forget important data. You conveniently forget many important data for pleasure. In reality, after your intensity is over, you will see that you are not experiencing pleasure anymore. But you do not want to say to yourself that you are not deriving pleasure because you created too much of hope on that sense. So you try to force your sense, no, you are going to have pleasure, enjoy more, don't leave, don't stop. Maybe now you are not having, tomorrow you will have, don't stop the routine. Once your consciousness moves away, even your sense objects are touching your senses, it is no more pleasure. But now you feel empty because you expected too much from your sense objects. You had too much of expectation from the sense objects. You were thinking they will give you totally different thing. They will show you a different world. You do not understand the limitations of senses. And you think you will derive the pleasure eternally. No. But now you do not want to accept the reality, it is not going to be eternal because you believed it. You tell your senses, no, try once more, try little more. Try little more. We will have it. We can have it. You force. The forcing happens because you have more memories about those sense objects or those pleasures, then you can enjoy. You have more memories than your capacity. That is where the difficulty starts. Actually, living the simple, innocent life, when your senses wants to enjoy, you come in contact with sense objects, and your senses are enjoying, and the moment you feel that you know this joy, and you relax, and the sense objects also relax, is such a beautiful experience, such an innocent phenomena. It is so beautiful, it will only enrich your senses. You will never feel tired. But our lives are not so simple. Our lives are not so simple. We do not let go so easily, so freely, so joyfully. We catch, we hang on. Even after our senses are telling us, enough, we are done, relax, you say no. Who said? Once more. Let's have once more. Just trying to be more greedy because of too many memories recorded inside the senses. Here only we create problem. And not only that, staying inside those senses when it is not necessary also. Because half of your energy is sitting with your eyes, half of your energy is sitting with your ears, half of your energy is sitting with the tongue, half of your attention is sitting with a touch, then how do you think you will feel fulfilled with one sense? No. So Mahavir, when he says here, go beyond five senses of touch, smell, sight, taste and hearing, he is not telling you to kill the senses. He is telling you to live inside only when it is required. You may ask, how to do that? How to do that? The best way is, whatever you are enjoying, be intense so that your whole attention comes away from other senses. Now if you are sitting and seeing me, visualize for a few minutes, I will not do anything except seeing. Let your whole being become seeing. Let your whole energy be in only in eyes. Visualize clearly you are nothing more than eyes, nothing but eyes, just eyes. Forget about all other parts. Visualize there is only two eyes on the sky and seeing me, seeing what is going on. Forget all other senses. Suddenly you will see this rose will look more deeper way. This green will look greener. You will see the things more intensely. You will see the things deeply. You may not need these focus lights. You need these focus lights because you have lost light in your eyes. Your seeing is corrupted. Your seeing is covered by a film of thinking. You have always a film in front of you which is called thinking. As long as you have that film, thinking film in front of your eyes, you will never be able to see. You will never be able to see the reality. Anything, same way. Sit in your chair and touch something for 5 minutes and visualize that you are alive only in that few inch space. Your whole body is dead and you don't have any other parts except that few inches, except that few square inch. Be alive only on that. Suddenly you will see your whole attention and energy is gathering towards one sense. This is what we call pratyagara, means moving away from unnecessary senses.
Yes. So now we'll have to interrupt this beautiful satsang where Swamiji spoke about how to detach from the senses, that vairagya. And Swamiji has given many techniques to detach ourselves from the senses, including the last one, pratyahara. And let us practice and start living these powerful cognitions that Swamiji has given. And if you want to manifest any of these powerful cognitions that you have listened to throughout the day, this is the best time, as now we are going to be moving into the darshan preparations and then the darshan itself. Swamiji himself is going to be coming and blessing each and every one of us with the boons and blessings that we want to manifest. So put your prayers forward in the Zoom chat or in the YouTube chat, and you will get the direct dictated responses from Swamiji, and you can get blessed to manifest anything else that you want in your life as well. So after the darshan, once again, we will be having the final sessions, the final powerful cognitions of the day. So make sure to continue to stay after the darshan as well. But now let us move to the darshan preparation and get ready to receive Bhagavan Paramashiva manifesting through the supreme fount of Hinduism in our life today.
With how your desires, how your wealth, both should be spent. Good, that's right, Vishwanathanaya. That's correct about Dharma, Artha, Kama and Moksha. But what exactly did Swamiji tell in particular? Come on, Sri Paramayogananda Aya, Keegsenweng, Ma Sumati Shanmuganathan. Nithyanandam, Matthew Veskaraya, come on, I request all of you to post. Let's see. I request all the participants to go ahead and post. Swamiji revealed something very specific. It was about Dharma, Artha, Kama and Moksha, that's correct. But even in that, Swamiji revealed something very particular. Moksha-centric lifestyle. That's correct. Vishwanathan, that's right. You remember the exact powerful cognition. Swamiji said how all the aspects of your life, whether it is dharma, artha, kama, moksha, everything has to be moksha centric. Your artha and your kama should be moksha centric. Now I'll come to the next question, okay, from the satsang. Swamiji revealed that there are 3 types of human beings in the planet Earth. Who can tell? What are the 3 types? Swamiji revealed there are 3 types based on this dharma, artha, kama and moksha. Swamiji revealed that there are three types of people that exist in planet Earth. And Swamiji also revealed specific details about each category of human beings, how we live, how we exist. Yes, my Isaac is also posted moksha centric, that's correct. Ma Ananda Parameshwari, that's correct. Come on, Eric, is all participants to post. What's the 3 types of human beings? Swamiji said 3 types of people are there. Okay, Sattva, Rajas, Tamas. Okay. Swamiji revealed some categories like rarest of the rare, and I'll also give you all a hint. Swamiji said one category is like salt of the planet Earth, like rarest of the rare. And then Swamiji said one more is like 99% of. Yes. Ananda Parameshwari remembered correctly. Yes. Swamiji said cattle, the human cattle are 90% of people. Actually, Swamiji said very easily 99% of the people or 90% of the people are human cattle category, where whole life is just centered on artha and kama. This is 90% of the people who constantly football themselves between artha, which is wealth, and kama, the pleasures. What is the second category? Which is there, rare, but it is still there, like very few. What is that second category? Manada Parameshwari, come on. You're posting, but Manada Parameshwari, excellent. It really shows you're internalized, you are remembering, you're cognizing what Swamiji is saying. Okay, come on. What is that second category of people? The first one is human cattle, which is 90% of the people, because all the human beings who waste life running behind material pleasures or who think wealth is everything. What is that second category? Vishwanathanaya, why don't you guess? Okay, yes, I was posting, I think you're posting the 17 words, but it's excellent. You are able to remember so many words that Swamiji revealed very precisely, which really shows how much you're internalizing, doing the manana of what Swamiji revealed. That's beautiful. Okay, the second, Ma Teresa, that's also correct, but I think you're talking about the Apta Kaman and Anma Kaman. Okay, I'll tell you. The second category of people that Swamiji revealed, first one is human cattle. Human cattle is the people who constantly only live their life based on artha. The artha and kama, means the wealth and pleasures. The second category of people are rare, who exist but are rare, which is the people who live dharma-based artha, means dharma-centric money, dharma-centric pleasures. That is second category. The third category of people who are the salt of planet Earth, rarest of the rare, are the people who live moksha-centric artha, moksha-centric kama, means all their actions are moksha-centric, all their wealth is moksha-centric, all their pleasures are moksha-centric. Swamiji said this group is like the cream of the society. It's like it's the rarest of rare. It's like salt of the planet Earth. This set of people is the best to live. Like Swamiji told, currently the human population is like 90% living only artha and kama, just running behind the pleasures and the money. From here, you need to evolve. to becoming dharma based, artha dharma based, come on. From that, you need to evolve to becoming moksha based, artha and moksha based karma. Such an amazing satsang. Okay, and now I'm going to be asking you all the next quiz, okay, from the satsangs. What are the 5 types of people about will and desire Swamiji revealed? Common. So I'll give you that word. With common, Swamiji revealed the 5 types of people, 5 types of categories in which people will be there. Who can post the 5? Come on, let's see. Some of you already started posting. So let's see. The 5 types of people. You can post the words and the definitions also. Sometimes if it's hard to remember the Sanskrit words, you can even post the meaning, what you understood. Okay, let's see who posts. Come on, every one of you post. Yes, I request all persons post. That's whatever you understand. What Swamiji said, 5 types of desires. Request all of you to post. Go ahead, whatever you feel. Okay. Come on, let's see who all have posted. Okay. The Carmen, Nishkaman. Excellent. Vishwanathanaya, beautiful. Okay, correct? Kaman, Nishkaman, Atmakaman, Anmakaman you have posted. That's nice. That's 4. Come on, let's see. Everyone else? Ma Lizzie Wong and Ma Maluhya Mona. Ma Istak, come on. Ma Istak, can I request you to post? Beautiful. Vishwanathanaya, it shows how sincerely you are listening, internalizing all the satsangs. Ma Teresa has also posted. Come on, every one of you post. What are the 5? Vishwanathanaya has posted 4. Just one more missing. Nithyananda Ma Sharvi. Nithyananda Ma, which place are you joining from? Okay, so I'm going to be coming back to telling you all what are those 5 things. The first one is Kaman. The second one is Akaman. Okay, great. Paramayogananda has posted. That's nice. Correct. And Vishwanathanaya also has posted correctly. So the first one is Kaman. Second one is Akaman. The third one is Nishkaman. Fourth one is Aptakaman. Fifth one is Anmakaman. These are the 5. Kaman, Akaman, Nishkaman, Aptakaman and Anmakaman. Now comes the next question. Who can define what is Aptakaman? What is Aptakaman? Come on. Nithyanandam, Ramesh Kannalaya, Nithyanandam, could you come on camera please? Ramesh Kannalaya. Why don't you also post? See, when you internalize, all of you understand. I request every one of you to participate in this. I'm seeing some of you may feel like, oh, I do not know the exact Sanskrit words. It is okay. But start posting what you understood, because when you post, you internalize it so deeply within you. It will become a part of your system. See, Swamiji told, right? Manana, your ability to answer your mind's questions. So only when we all constantly post. Today we are going to be having an amazing live satsang. We are going to be having special darshan and satsang. So I request all of you to join. Do not miss. And I'm going to request every one of you to actively post. Okay. Now come on. I request every one of you to post. Okay. What is Aptakaman? Vishwanathan, you have posted the one that desires to be like the Guru. Okay. I'm going to be telling the answer in the end because I'm giving you all some time to post. Okay, Ish, you have posted desire in enlightened beings, Aptas. Okay. Come on. Let's see, Ramesh Khanale, why don't you also post? Apta Kaman. What is the meaning of Apta Kaman? And Ma Mohana, Nithyanandam, Ma Mohana, Nithyanandam. Could you post where you're joining us from, Ma? Come on. I request every one of you to post. Ma Ananda Parameshwari, Ma Yogananda Rupini, Ma Irene. No issues, Ma Mohana. But where are you joining us from? Which place are you joining from? Great. Okay. Correct. So Vishwanathanaya and myself, both of you have posted it correctly. The person who is after Kaman are the people who are desiring to manifest, like be like their guru. That is what is after Kaman. So Kaman, desire. Like the regular, the human, this is like the regular people, the large chunk, the common mass, which has desires. And the second one is Akaman. Akaman is anti-desire. Means people who are against, not beyond desires. No. People who want pleasure, but they don't want to take responsibility for it is Akaman. Means they want to have the pleasure, but they'll be against the desires, against the pleasures. That is Akaman. The third one is Nishkaman. People who enjoy the desires but without having the toxicity of hatred, self-doubt, self-sabotaging, without any of these patterns, dropping all the toxicity towards the desires and enjoying the pure desire as it is Nishkaman. Yes. And then next we have is the Aptakaman, where you have the desires, like how our gurus, enlightened masters have. For example, like how Swamiji is on there. For example, Swamiji experienced Agnigiri Yogeshwara. Same desire you have to, based on the Aptas. There's the Aptakaman, and next is the Anmakaman, where you understand that you are the pure consciousness, you are Paramashiva. From that space, you are